The following is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
The 1991 matchup of Florida State and Miami had the hype of Game of the Year and pretty much lived up to it. Coaches Bobby Bowden and Dennis Erickson led the breath-holding as a 34-yard field goal just missed, and Miami won 17-16, going on to share the national championship. Bobby Bowden was shocked. Dennis Erickson exultant. Now we come to 92. Florida State ranked third in the nation, led by new quarterback Charlie Ward, who had 8 interceptions in his first 57 pass attempts, but only 1 in his last 74. Seminoles are undefeated. 1992, Miami's toughest opponent has been a hurricane named Andrew. But Gino Torretta is still the man at quarterback and still completing big play passes to a core of catchers for the Canes, catchers that can outrun daylight. And Kevin Williams is still at Miami, showing off the fastest two-step in the game today. The Canes are undefeated, ranked number 2. 91 may have been great, but 92 ain't bad, even before they play the game. ABC Sports College Football today offers a CFA matchup between the Florida State Seminoles and the Miami Hurricane. Coming to you from the Orange Bowl. Actually today here on ABC Sports, you'll see the top 4 teams in the country. Number 2 and 3 here. Then out west in Seattle, number 1 Washington against Southern California follows this game in much of the country. Up in Big Ten country, number 4 Michigan will be at home with Iowa. Now in that second game today, if you want to see the game that you're not getting free in your area, call your local cable operator and see if you can't get it on pay-per-view, and you can watch them both and have a big afternoon of college football. Now this rivalry between Miami and Florida State has only been going on for 36 years. That's relatively young in game 36 today. But the intensity that surrounds it is almost suffocating because it almost always seems to have great meaning, particularly over the last decade. Just like last year, today's game winner will have a great deal to say about who is ranked number 1 next January. Now, what about this ball game? What is the principal factor, and where will it apply in the outcome of the game? The coaches said this yesterday.
Both teams went into this season having to rebuild offensive lines, and the one that gets it built the fastest, the one that can get it built best in the next 4 quarters, got a good chance to win that game.
It's going to be a game in 2 areas, I think, whichever offensive front plays it best, because we're both rather inexperienced. And then in a game like this, as all of them, it's turnovers, and who doesn't turn the football over, and the guy that turns over the most is probably going to get beat.
Miami leads the series 21-14, but Florida State has done better here in the Orange Bowl than at home. They've won 12 of their 14 games here. We'll be back in the Orange Bowl after our regular feature on what's new in the world of sports, science, and technology. And a word from our ABC station.
A look behind the scenes as sports and science converge, brought to you by AT&T. Adverse weather conditions can seriously affect the outcome of football games, as well as the health of the players. The condition of a natural turf field is becoming a very scientific enterprise. The components of any sports turf consist of a gravel-drained field topped with a sand-peat mixture. But it is a composition of that sand and its water drainage and water retention characteristics that help determine the quality of the field.
We're looking for a 5 to 10 inch an hour infiltration rate, which should handle any major rain during an event. So primarily want to hold enough water to maintain the turf grass, and also hold nutrients which are in the water phase of the soil solution, but we want it to drain as well.
The particle size analysis helps estimate the physical and chemical performance of a sand or soil. The physical evaluation reveals the infiltration rate, bulk density, and porosity characteristics of a sand mixture. An organic matter content test verifies that the proper organic matter is blended into the mixture during construction. These tests help ensure better turf construction and could lead to fewer player injuries. This sports science segment has been brought to you by AT&T.
Storyboard Express wasn't saving what they'd hoped since leaving AT&T. Party Helpers Catering was having trouble getting faxes through on the first try. So like thousands of other businesses, they've come back to AT&T, and we want you back. Switch now and we'll give you credit for 1 month of long distance. And we'll pay to switch you back if you're not completely satisfied. We want you back. Call 1-800-222-0400.
When a young man finds trouble,
I'll saddle the horses. I'll get the swords.
can his brothers find him in time?
All right, then let's do it.
Right. Saturday, it's Covington Cross.
Your gift with any $32 Eternity for Men purchase at Burdines.
I was hanging right at the tower, DJ.
DHL, faster to more of the world.
It's your South Florida Honda dealer's year-end clearance sale. And while Honda quality goes on and on and on, this sale doesn't.
If you're tuned into sports, get on the 10 team. Steve Alvarez.
Suddenly they got their first sack, they got the fumble.
Frank Fort.
I'm intimidated by the log, let alone the girl.
John Frankel.
The fact is, if you are going to buy a racket, you can't...
Sports of all sorts. From the one and only 10 team.
This week in South Florida, Sunday morning at 11, only on 10.
Very humid, as you can see, and there is the possibility of a shower passing by. Let's hope it just passes by. The Miami Hurricanes and the Florida State Seminoles, both undefeated, ranked 2 and 3 in the country, and here come the Canes into the Orange Bowl. Well, Bob Griese, both coaches spoke worriedly about their offensive lines, which I think translates into a worry about the other team's defense.
Well, that's true. I think the coaches have a right to be concerned about the offensive lines because the defenses in this game could be dominant. For Florida State, their middle linebacker, All-American Marvin Jones, is an outstanding player, leads the team in tackles. He plays behind a defensive line that can be dominant, headed by the firm of Footman and Freeman. They'll be chasing Torretta all afternoon. For Miami, they have to deal with the loss of their All-American defensive end, Rusty Medeiros, hurt last week, out for the season with a knee injury. You talk about scoring defense, Miami leads the nation in not allowing points on the board. Outstanding group of linebackers, very quick, very fast. Darren Smith is the leader of that group. You talk about offense, there's a lot of bells and whistles. You talk about the defense, they have the hammer, but the key to this game is the offensive lines.
In a phrase, it's a day for the Big Uglies. The longest win streak in Division 1A on the line today, 21 in a row by Miami.
When you drive by the statues and memorials, you may start to cry. And there's a White House in this city, and we always get to choose the person who lives in it. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo territory, all across America. And nationwide, only Alamo gives you all those miles for free, including the 1,100 miles in a city called Washington, in a district called Columbia, in a country we call ours.
When you don't have to send your package overnight, you can save yourself a bundle.
What a difference a day makes.
2-day priority mail service.
24 little hours.
From your post office. Send up to 2 pounds in just 2 days for just $2.90. That's right. That's some difference.
What a difference a day makes. We deliver for you.
Every sports sedan is supposed to do well in the fast lane. But what about these lanes? At Lexus, we've achieved extremely tight tolerances between all major body panels. So not only does the ES300 look like it's put together well, it actually is put together well.
Tony and Diane get regular insurance checkups, just like they get regular medical checkups. I'm State Farm Agent Carlos Bermudez. I have been their State Farm agent 7 years. A family insurance checkup helps them make sure all their coverages are up to date. It's also a good time to explore options, like how their life insurance plan can be adapted to help with their daughter's college education. I think the family insurance checkup is something everybody can feel good about.
State Farm is there.
CFA College Football. This ABC Sports exclusive. Brought to you by Lexus Luxury Automobiles, the result of a relentless pursuit of perfection. By HP LaserJet Printers. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer. By Hitachi. Hitachi makes over 20,000 innovative products. And by the Die-Hard battery, now with more power when you need it most.
One of the outstanding players in college football was injured in last week's 8-7 win Miami over Arizona, defensive end Rusty Medeiros. But he came to the clubhouse today on crutches and had a word with his teammates. Jack Arute was there, and this is what Rusty had to say.
I'm going to tell them they got a chance that a lot of people don't. A lot of people that they played with through the years don't. A lot of people that played in the NFL don't now have, like Jerome and Shane, and that I don't. And I'm going to tell them to throw their body around on the field with reckless abandon and without any regard for personal injury.
It's good to see you here.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
He must have stirred them up, because when the Canes came out, boy, nobody was touching the ground. They're sky high. They looked awful last week, as their coach described their performance against the Arizona Wildcats. But as you see there, Dennis Erickson has done pretty well with these Miami Hurricanes since he came down to Florida from the Pacific Northwest. Bobby Bowden, on the other hand, has done pretty well himself, except against Miami. As he said last year, when they put my tombstone over my final resting place, they're going to inscribe it, he had to play Miami. The deep receivers for Florida State, which will have the ball first. Tamarick Vanover, he is a wideout, a very exciting player. Returned one last week against Wake Forest for 96 yards. He's joined back there by number 33, Tiger McMillan, and Dane Truitt will kick it off. So the game is on as the Canes have the wind at their back. Seminoles looking into it. Here comes Vanover getting to the outside. Look out! One man. He's gone, but there's a penalty flag on the field. Hold the phone. Hold on. There's a penalty flag. Miami player is also down on the field, but that one may come back. Tamarick Vanover had a 96-yarder last week. He just went 94 yards in the opening kickoff of this week's game, but this one may come back because of the penalty flag. The flag was thrown at the 35-yard line. It's against Miami. The touchdown is going to stand. So Florida State electrifying people with the third 94-yard touchdown return by Tamarick Vanover. The second week in a row he has come up with a big one, and the Seminoles are on the board 6-0.
So look at the injured man. That's Carey, a defensive back.
94-yard
He's up walking, but Keith, a lot of big players on this field, both sides. You got explosives everywhere, and you saw one on the opening kickoff.
When Vanover got outside, he had 2 people to beat. He just ran away from both of them. So he's long-legged. He's a baby. But boy, he can run. Here's your extra point try now by Dan Mowry, and it is good. Mowry last year missed 8 conversions, but he's having a much better season this year. And let's go back to the electrifying run by Vanover.
Take a look to the left of your screen. Florida State's going to set up a wall to the left side. Now pick up some guy right there as a block. Look at the 2 Seminoles to the left side. Now he sneaks between a couple of Hurricanes, and he's just going to outrun the kicker who tries to trip him.
That got your flag. The attempt to trip by the kicker was what brought the flag out of the pocket of the official.
Gimmicks and big plays. This is a dead return left all the way. All of the Hurricanes were knocked to their left side. And Vanover, who has outstanding speed, just a true freshman, almost came to the University of Miami. There was the attempted kick, but he was almost a Hurricane. It's from Tallahassee and signed at the last minute with the Seminoles.
So young Vanover has, I think, put himself in the record books for those 2 returns, and the penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. So Florida State will kick it away from midfield. And in the meantime, Tamarick doesn't even look winded.
A big boost, Keith, for the morale of Florida State coming in here, and a big downer for the Hurricanes. They've only given up 2 touchdowns in 3 games. Of course, neither one of those were on special teams. I just think the scheme, Keith, on that kickoff was what caused that touchdown, and the speed of this young man. Wasn't poor tackling, good execution by the Seminoles.
Now Mowry will kick it away for Florida State. Knocks it, obviously, into the end zone, and it's put down there by Kevin Williams. Williams, for a moment, looked up as if he might try to come from 5 yards deep, but they told him sit down and be quiet, and we'll take it at the 20. And Gino Torretta comes out at quarterback, 6'3", 205. Remarkable record as a starter at quarterback for the Miami Hurricanes. Add 1 national championship to that 18-1 record. And the Canes will go to work with this alignment. Kevin Williams, we've got him listed at wideout because that's where he plays an awful lot of the time. But the big name there is number 30, Stephen McGuire, who is back starting, coming off rehab from knee surgery. It's a pass. Torretta to the sideline. Pass is good to Copeland. Up around the 26-yard line. Clifton Abraham just barely got a hold of it. I mean, Copeland was very close to holding it big the other way. The die-hard starting lineup offensively up front. Etheridge is a 236-pound tackle. Now remember that. He is a tight end that's moved to the position because of injury. Mario Cristobal comes back from injury, and he is a senior with experience and 280 pounds. That'll be close to a first down as Stephen McGuire, the senior out of Brooklyn, carries. Derek Brooks brings it down. The defensive unit features a couple of guys at defensive end for Florida State that are really good. Freeman came back this year and beat out Sterling Palmer for that starting defensive end position. And when you do that, you're pretty good. So is Marvin Jones playing the middle in that linebacker core. Corey Sawyer with 4 interceptions. First down. Pass is drilled up to the 35 by Torretta and caught by Lamar Thomas, the senior from Gainesville. And so Miami going very much with what they have been going with ever since Dennis Erickson showed up on the campus.
Quick passing, Keith. First 2 passes, Torretta and his wide receivers getting off the quick pass. They want to play the game on the perimeter, wide receiver against defensive back. They don't want to drop back and let that defensive line dominate their young offensive line.
You double at the bottom of the picture, 1 wide at the top. Torretta, little 4-yard drop. Pass is complete to Kevin Williams, and Williams is drilled right around the 40. And Torretta has now passed Bernie Kosar as the 5th all-time yardage gainer at the University of Miami.
First down, Hurricanes.
They give him the mark on the play, and it'll put it on the 40 and call it first down.
First and 10 at the 40.
Take a look at their strengths. As I mentioned, wide receivers for the Hurricanes, they want to play on the perimeter against the DBs. For Florida State, that front 7, the front 4, and the 3 linebackers are outstanding. They want to put some pressure on Torretta.
On first down from the 40. He's picked up 2 first downs in a row. He takes this one, pumps to Copeland. He's got it, and he fumbles the football. It is picked up by Florida State. You can return it. Clifton Abraham has it, and he is brought down at the 21-yard line. Copeland running out of bounds, fumbled the football. The ball never went out of bounds. Now, whether or not Copeland had possession when he went out of bounds, that's what Miami's coaches are arguing about down on the sidelines, but so far the call stands.
Clifton Abraham.
Well, they tried a little hitch and goal this time. They've been throwing all these short passes. Copeland was out of bounds, was allowed to come back in. I don't think he ever had possession of the ball. Ball was knocked loose. It stayed in bounds. He went out of bounds.
The officials are all ACC, in case you wonder where they come from. Florida State's a member of the ACC. Miami is a member of the Big East. The contract reads this way. It is Florida State ball, first down, up at their 22-yard line. 2 big plays so far, and here's the penalty flag. And that's probably too much time. New quarterback, Charlie Ward in there, remember. And the crowd may have gotten to him. This is one of the loudest places you can ever possibly want to play a game.
False start.
False start on Florida State.
Let's take another look at that last reception and fumble. In college ball, if you're knocked out, you can come right back in. Come right back in. In pros, you could not do this. Now let's see if he catches it and has possession of it.
Ball is at the 17-yard line.
I don't think he ever had possession, but if he did have possession, and ruled by the official, it was a legitimate fumble. But he never had possession.
First down, however, call it the 17 now after the 5-yard penalty. Charlie Ward is trying to check off, it looks like. Called the play from the line of scrimmage. You can't do that down in that end of the Orange Bowl. Little quick hitch pass thrown out to Kanarick and Hanover. He can't possess it as he takes a lick from Ryan McNeil. Charlie Ward, the quarterback, number 17, of course, was the point guard for Pat Kennedy's basketball team at Florida State. So crowd noise is not going to bother him a whole lot, and you saw the interception story there. Now, Vanover, you already heard a lot about, except we didn't tell you exactly where he was from. But you'll know in time, he's from Tallahassee. Along the front, they're pretty green, and their wideouts have great speed. Second down and 15 as Ward turns and hands it off to number 35, Sean Jackson, who is decked behind the line of scrimmage back around the 15-yard line. As we continue the diehard starting lineup for the Florida State Seminoles, there are 2 redshirt freshmen in the middle of things. The center, Clay Shiver, and Lewis Tyrer, the starting left guard. Marvin Farrell comes off injury and gets a little more experience into the lineup this week at tackle.
These guys are going to settle down a minute in a little minute. Get some going. They're playing on adrenaline right here. This crowd has got everybody fired up.
94-yard touchdown return of the opening kickoff by Vanover has given Florida State a 7-0 lead. Miami, guessing on the count, comes plowing up the middle. A couple of linebackers took themselves right out of the play, and Sean Jackson has finally run out of bounds across midfield at the Miami 48. Harris finally got him, and this game looks like it's going to be a day of big plays. 37 yards on that one.
Well, it's 3rd and 17. The linebackers go to blitz here. Watch these 2 linemen as they pull and lead around the corner. Florida State backed up. The linebacker blitzes. He's blocked. The 2 offensive linemen from the backside come around. Gets a nice block there. And a good job of play calling on the side by Brad Scott, the offensive coordinator.
That one pulling lineman, he took down 2 keys.
Yes, he did.
Back goes Ward. Roll it out. Falls down. Lost his footing. They have had some rain. In fact, it rained this morning quite hard, but the field is in very good shape.
3-yard line.
The Miami defensive unit with Crine. Kevin Patrick now is highlighted because he's the man replacing the injured Rusty Medeiros at the defensive end position. There are your three linebackers. They're all good ones, and Ryan McNeil is the bell cow of the defensive secondary. So the football comes back to the 43-yard line. We're at 2nd down and 19 for the Seminoles. Ball is given to Jackson, and he will pick up 1 yard on the carry as Jesse Armstead brings him down. As we said a minute ago, this oftentimes is a game of unexpected plays, and Bobby Bowden talked on that point yesterday.
There's so many people out there that can make an unexpected play, that can make a big play, you know, a 50-yarder or a 60-yarder. That the shock, you were going this way and all of a sudden it's going that way. I think that's why the unexpected happens so much in this ball game.
Back goes Ward on 3rd down and 18. There's pursuit, chasing him around, and finally he gets his pass away. It's intercepted! Could be a touchdown here. Nope. Ward knocks out Ryan McNeil. He had a man over there to help him on the play, but Mark Caesar could never get in front of Charlie Ward and block him. So that's what, 10 interceptions now, I guess. No, 8, 9, 10 for Charlie Ward.
He had plenty of time to throw this. Got outside the pocket. You're going to see the man is covered. Charlie Ward gets out now. He's going to throw to the top. The top man goes by. Now he's going to slide, but the outside defensive back, McNeil, sees the ball also and comes and cuts in front of the receiver. Take a look from behind. That's Vanover, the true freshman, and McNeil, the 5th-year senior, and McNeil makes the play.
7-0 Florida State. 9:43 to go in the first quarter. Miami's ball, 1st down, Florida State 35. Donnell Bennett steps up out of the backfield into a wideout position that gives them 4. Torretta. Gino Torretta. He's a big guy. Don't worry about him. He's 6'3", 205 pounds, and he's got a neck and a pair of shoulders like a linebacker. So he's plenty tough enough to run it in traffic. He just showed you he can.
But when you go to no backs, Keith, they took McGuire out of the backfield and lined him up wide. A linebacker goes out with him, and they don't think that Torretta's going to run it. Now they've got to add him into the equation.
On 2nd down and 2. That's a long 2. Hand it off to Bennett. Bennett's short of the 1st down. Marvin Jones, first man to get a piece of him. 6'2", 235. Everybody down in this part of the country talks about him.
From behind, the center, 51, Terrell Green tried to get through. Watch number 51, the center. Tries to throw a cross-body block. That's a freshman, redshirt freshman center trying to block an All-American, and the middle linebacker makes the play.
3rd down, and it's still 2. Got a little quick pop off the hands of Lamar Thomas. Ball was just a fraction high, perhaps, but it's a catch that Thomas had to make, and he didn't do it. Pruitt comes into the ball game for a field goal try. He missed 2 last week against Arizona. See where they put the tee. It'll be around the 34-yard line. So it's good size at 44 yards, but the wind's at his back.
And if there's one gap in the two teams, we mentioned the offenses and defenses, the special teams seem to favor the Seminoles.
Pruitt, a first-year kicker. Block. Picked up. And ball is down at around the 48-yard line. Tommy Henry blocked it for Florida State. Tommy Henry, number 41.
Kevin Brooks on the recovery and advanced it a little bit. Take a look and see if we can find out where it was blocked.
Came around the corner.
Round the corner.
Yep. Nobody touched him. 8:12 to go first quarter. Still 7-0 Florida State.
University of Miami.
There's a reason more people go to Sears for a new battery.
Can't believe I left my lights on.
Only Sears has the Die Hard. Sears is so confident of Die Hard starting power. If your Die Hard needs a jump, Sears will do it absolutely free. Anytime, anywhere, even if you leave your lights on.
I got stranded once. Never again.
You can count on me.
Sears Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
The Lexus LS400 features a very sophisticated suspension system. So while life may have its rough stretches, your ride through it won't.
Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
National powers collide. The Miami Hurricanes storm into Penn State for a high noon showdown with the 8th-ranked Nittany Lions next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Let's go back. Here's the man that's going to block the kick. Now, take a look here. There's 3 men on this side of the center and 5 on the other side. The reason they're doing that is the ball's on the hash mark. Florida State says, all right, let's go over there where you're short, and we'll try to block it from the short side. He comes around, gets a piece of the kick, and if you block the kick, you can hit the kicker.
And so the Seminoles have made the big plays so far in the ball game, though they only lead by 7-0 on Tamarick Vanover's 94-yard return of the opening kickoff. And that's the young man right there that just blocked the kick. The ball rests at the 49-yard line. Tiger McMillan is the tailback. Charlie Ward takes it, now pulls it down and takes off. Dives down to a 43. On the Miami side of the field. Now here's Jackaroo.
Well, Keith, we told you what Rusty Medeiros said to the Miami Hurricanes. Let me tell you what Coach Bobby Bowden said to the Florida State Seminoles. He said, 2 concerns I have today. 1, save enough for the 4th quarter. It's hot and it's humid out here. And number 2, he said, don't be intimidated by the crowd or the antics of the crowd. He says, it's not Tallahassee, but hold your heads high.
And pull your chin straps tight.
So far, all of the breaks, they've made all of the breaks go their way.
Ward on 2nd down and 2, hands inside. McMillan, 180-pound sophomore from Kissimmee, carries for the 1st down. And so now the Noles are in position of hosting a threat, leading 7-0. Florida State ranked number 3 in the country. And a lot of people who have been watching them think this team is developing into a better football team than the one they showed off last year.
Problem so far, inconsistency at quarterback. Charlie Ward, outstanding first 2 games, and then the last 2 previous to this one, not too, I mean, great the last 2, and then bad the first 2 games, I should say.
And 8 interceptions in his first 57 attempts. A solid hit put on Tiger McMillan by Jesse Armstead, a senior out of Dallas, Texas. That's called a lick. Here's John Saunders, New York.
Keith, certainly nothing as wild as what you have in Miami, but a couple of scores to update from early games in the ACC. Georgia Tech, Scott Sisson, a 37-yard field goal. They have a 3-0 lead over NC State. And in the Big East, David Gordon with a 24-yard field goal as Boston College looks for their 5th win and 4th straight shutout. Right now, let's take it back to Keith Jackson.
Thank you, John. 2nd down, 11. Ward back, pressure coming, dumps it off. He gets it into the hands of McMillan. Down the sideline goes Tiger, close to a 1st down. They've marked him out across the 30. That will be, I think, a 1st down.
It's a nice job by Charlie Ward looking downfield and then dropping it off to his outlet.
FSU first down at 29.
Call it the 29. 6 minutes and 19 seconds to go. First quarter, 7-0 Florida State. The Seminoles are threatening now. Playing the one-back offense. Tiger McMillan is caught behind the line of scrimmage by number 86, Kevin Patrick, who's playing the game in place of Rusty Medeiros. ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. Good one of the games of the season, I would expect it to be. The Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles. Huge game in the NFC East. It's at 9 Eastern on ABC Sports.
Imagine Jimmy Johnson might be watching this game with a little bit of interest. He recruited some of these players who are out here on the field. He's built his Cowboys the same way he did the Hurricanes, and that is with speed.
Second down, 11.5. Ward back, gets a little heat now, and he's going to go down right about the original line of scrimmage, the 29. Darren Crine was the first man to get there. He's the other defensive end. So Patrick, number 86, play a go, and now number 91, Darren Crine. Crash through.
Take a look at this. The Hurricanes, they've only allowed 2 touchdowns all year this year coming into the ball game.
And it's 3rd down and 10. Ball is given away to McMillan, looking for the corner. He got a lot of it, but he ran out of real estate around the 23, and that's well short of the first down. So it'll be 4th down, and presumably Mowry, the place kicker, into the ball game. Danny Cannell, freshman quarterback out of Fort Lauderdale, will hold for him, and Andy Crow will snap it. Mowry's a sophomore from Tallahassee. This will be a 40-yard try. No, he was not the young man who missed the kick a year ago. Making a 39-yard field goal. It's just inside the 40. 30 plus 10. Blocked. How do you do? In your face. And the Seminoles are turned away as Paul White, quarterback, does the job for Miami.
Well, we said that the defenses had to hammer. They've blocked 2 kicks. And every time they've been on the field, they've been dominant. It's the special teams that scored for Florida State.
Yeah, but the circumstance was great for Flash, but now it's not so good because the ball rolled dead back at the Miami 1-yard line, and that's where they're going to have to possess it.
The Lexus Coupe can be equipped with a cellular phone that allows you to dial, answer, and hang up without ever letting go of the wheel, proving once you get your hands on a Lexus, they tend to stay that way.
Excuse me, the printer on your desk there, it's an HP LaserJet. Why?
Never really thought about it.
Well, look, somebody obviously thought about it. Somebody with a firm commitment to excellence, right?
Probably. Everyone here has an HP LaserJet printer.
And the fact that you don't think about your HP LaserJet kind of proves just how dependable it is, doesn't it?
That's a leading question. Are you an attorney?
Are you?
Yes. This is a law firm.
There you have it from an attorney at a leading law firm. HP LaserJet printers. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer.
Hey, want to taste a couple of beers?
Sure. You bet.
So which do you prefer?
This one. That's a beer.
Here's Budweiser, and this is Coors Extra Gold.
Oh, whoa!
What if I told you Coors Extra Gold was brewed far longer than Bud?
I had no idea.
70% longer.
I guess there's surprises all the time.
Slow brewed for that real beer flavor and color, the way beer was meant to be, which may be why 58% of Bud drinkers prefer Coors Extra Gold.
Be 90%.
Coors Extra Gold. If you're missing real taste, beer is back.
Incredible! These are awesome facts.
A 7-0 ball game, first quarter, 4:40 to go. Florida State leading. Miami has the ball at their own 1 after Paul White blocked the kick. And a blocked field goal try is treated just like a punt, in case you're wondering why it's down dead at the 1. That's where it stopped. McGuire lines up in the backfield. Stephen McGuire, he's well in the end zone for Miami, but they've been known to throw it a few times out of here. They don't this time. They give it to McGuire, and he wedges out to the 3, maybe the 4. Middle of the defensive front finally got a grip on him. We told you when we came on the air today, the games that follow us will be USC at Washington and Seattle. And up in the Big Ten country, you'll have Iowa at Michigan. And you'll see one of those games free and the other one's on pay-per-view. You might as well pop some more corn. Second down and 7. Torretta comes out of there. But he really didn't get up a full head of steam. He rolls up around the 10. Eric Smith, an outside linebacker, stayed at home just in case something like that occurred. And he was there to stop him a yard short of the first down.
Take a look from in the end zone. Play action fake. Torretta knows he's in the end zone now. The clock is running a little faster for a quarterback. When you're in the end zone, you don't want to get hit from the blind side, and a sack would be a safety. The hole opens up and he picks up some yardage. It'll be 3rd and short.
3rd and 1. They throw for it. And the man intended was Darrell Spencer, but Torretta was off the mark by a good 2 yards.
A little excited. He's a little excited. Needs to settle himself down. Charlie Ward is doing a good job. He seems to have himself under control. Torretta seems to be a little bit nervous early in the game.
Pretty tender field position back there.
Yes, it was, and you have to be careful.
All right, Paul Snyder is in the punt, senior out of Laguna Niguel, California. There's no pressure on him, and he gets a pretty good kick away. The wind helping it. Back to the 45-yard line goes Corey Sawyer, and he loses his footing as he tries to plant and cut. 45-yard punt, 7-yard return. 3:09 to go first quarter, and Florida State with the ball leading 7-0.
These extinct relics of American business remind us that waste and inefficiency don't pay. And that while perhaps it used to be impressive to throw money around, today it's more impressive not to. A timely reminder from the only company that guarantees 10:30 overnight delivery for up to 40% less, UPS.
The Lexus LS400 features a very sophisticated suspension system. So while life may have its rough stretches, your ride through it won't.
In a world of sweeping changes, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the Prudential, rock solid in securities, insurance, and real estate.
As you read this, I should tell you that a young man named Charlie Ward, who's wearing number 17 today, who had a great hand in getting the basketball team to the Sweet 16 at Florida State, probably would have had a hand in, with the baseball team, too, if he'd had the time. Louisiana State was the other university to do that remarkable feat, and that was in 1987. Florida State might very well do it again.
They could. Charlie Ward, very quiet, very confident leader.
All right, it's first down. for the Seminoles. McMillan lines up, now breaks out of the backfield, leaving Ward to throw. Looks and has good protection and throws high. The pass was intended for Kes McCorby. McCorby, number 88, a sophomore out of Mississippi.
Charlie Ward now 1 of 4 for 11 yards.
That was a big ball game the other night over in Starkville when Mississippi State jumped on Florida. And Jackie Sherrill's ball club also has Alabama coming to town this year, so they're going to have a hand in who wins what in the SEC. Sean Jackson alone back now, and he's got the ball. Trying to pick his way through there. Number 71 ain't buying it. Kenny Lopez took him down. Jesse Armstead helped him, and no gain on the play. So that's going to bring up a 3rd down and 10. West Virginia in Morgantown has put a touchdown on the board now, breaking Boston College's 3-game scoreless defensive string. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun. Ward trying to take off with it, shakes off one man, gets a block from another man, and he is short of the 1st down. And Bobby Bowden holds his breath. Bobby, in the first 3 ball games with Charlie Ward at quarterback, felt like he's walking out on the world's biggest patch of ice. I mean, he just didn't know what he was going to do, and going to this new offense and getting a man of Ward's ability who can run as well as he can throw.
Well, everything's new for Bobby. As you say, he's a 2-back guy. Always wanted 2 backs in his backfield. Now they went to a 1-back. They're going to go for it on 4th down inside the Miami 40-yard line.
It's 4th down and 3. Not 1, not short, but 3. Timeout. Crowd got into the ball game in a hurry. Charlie Ward didn't feel comfortable with the call and with the noise.
It was a little too much confusion, too, Keith. I mean, you don't want to do that at 4th and 4.
So the ball rests just inside the 40. You got a timeout.
At BASF, we don't make the meal, we make it healthier. We don't make the lotion, we make it smoother. We don't make the dress, we make it brighter. We don't make the carpet, we make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Don't mind football if I'm not playing. Don't mind a tackle, ain't my bonus paying. Don't fill me up with expectations. I got what I want, no imitations. Just get on me what the doctor, just what the doctor ordered. Just give me a Dr. Pepper, we want it there. Just what the doctor ordered. The taste of plain water, we love it.
You've got John Wimberly in to punt now on 4th down and 3. You have no running backs in that backfield. You would be suspicious William Floyd shows up. So there is somebody back there. He was up there in the tight end position, now steps back, but they snap it to Wimberly. And our suspicions of a trick play from Bobby Bowden are not founded. The punt's not very good either, actually. It's out of bounds down at the 12-yard line. Tonight on ABC, a lot of action and adventure starting at 8, 7 Central. Covington Cross starts it. Then Bob Urich stars in Crossroads. And Tony gets involved in a whole mess of things on the commish. That's tonight here on ABC. Stephen McGuire checks into the backfield again now, and every time he shows up, it gives the Miami a faithful heart because they need him. The running game has not been very good for the Hurricanes.
And he has been very good against FSU the last 2 years, Keith.
He's got it. broke a tackle and will pick up about 4 yards on the carry, winding up eventually in the grasp of Marvin Jones. And that normally spells grass.
In fact, the last couple of years, Mickey Andrews, the defensive coordinator for FSU, has stopped the Miami passing game. But the problem has been Stephen McGuire. Last year, he ran for 142 yards and caught 4 passes. So he was the main threat for the Hurricanes up in Tallahassee last year.
Donnell Bennett checks in now at the running back position with 3 wideouts. Bottom of your picture, 2nd down, 5. Inside a minute to go, first quarter. Toretta's pass, good. Caught by 35. Spencer. Spencer's got a first down. Knocked out of bounds at the 39-yard line. And let's go to John Saunders.
Keith, in the Big Ten, Wisconsin had 1st and goal from the 5, but they get buried 3 times, including this on the 1-yard line. Settle for the field goal, but lead the Buckeyes 3-0. Keith.
That's one of those kind of games that you got to be wary of, because you go playing snake bits in the old conference rivalries, and they don't like you from another generation yet.
They don't even know you. They don't like you.
Right. Kevin Williams, Jonathan Harris, Horace Copeland, Lamar Thomas, all on the field now at the wide positions. Doretta back to throw it, goes down the middle with it. Coleman Bell, the tight end, is held up on the play. Number 36, Ken Alexander, blocked his progress downfield, and that seemed to be the man that Doretta was trying to get the ball to. Miami's field position so far in the ball game has been all over the place. They started at the 20, the 35, back at the 1, and then back on the 12.
Miami ranked right up there in the top in the nation in passing offense.
37 seconds to play in the first quarter. Seminoles leading 7-0. Doretta changing his play. And Florida State's jumping all over the place. He's got a free play. And his wide receivers quit on him. He had a free play. Florida State stood up. Miami didn't run, didn't go. I think if Copeland or one of those wide people had taken off, it had been a free touchdown.
Well, what happens was when the defensive lineman jumps offside, the center snapped the ball. Watch right here now. As the defensive lineman jumps offside, the center will snap the ball ahead of the snap count. Nobody else will move. Take a look at it. From behind, there's the ball snap. Nobody's moving because it's on 3, and he snapped it on 1. Well, he just knew that he'd get 5 yards by snapping it early.
But the point was the Florida State people gave up on the play.
Everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
That's right.
It was a free play.
But he didn't have any receivers down there either.
Nobody went down under it. Toretta's now 5 out of 8 for 72 yards. Ward is 1 out of 4 for 11.
Smart play there by Terrell Green. Green was a defensive lineman last year. Part of the problem with the offensive line, a lot of shifts. 2 defensive linemen came over. They lost 3 to graduation last year. A couple of guys got hurt.
Time for a couple of plays here in the first quarter. It's been a long first quarter. Ball's been flying around, and we've had some big plays, but still only 1 touchdown. And that on the opening kickoff, 94-yard run by Vanover. Toretta's pass to the sideline to Lamar Thomas. He's got some room, gets away from 1, and then he is dragged out of bounds from behind. And Toretta really took a lick. Gino Toretta really got up in there. But it's a big play for Miami. First down at the Florida State 35.
Pressure the quarterback. Blitz coming inside. That's Brooks, number 10. The inside linebacker gets a good shot at him. Defensive linemen were going out, allowing the linebacker to come in. He may have gotten a shot right there that will affect him the rest of the ball game.
But he also got his first down at the Florida State 35. 21 seconds to go in the first quarter. Toretta hands it away to Bennett. Big run by Bennett. That'll be another Miami first down at the Seminole 23-yard line. John Davis, the strong safety from Pahokee, Florida, got the hit.
When you're a passing team, Keith, the first thing everybody wants to stop is the pass. So you spread them out, and then you give it to your running backs. They've always been able to run from this one back.
Miami had 22 rushes last week against Arizona. They gained 2 yards. Different story today. After the first quarter of play, Florida State 7, Miami nothing.
It has 4 independent motors, an intricate steel frame, even an electronically regulated temperature control system. And that's just the driver's seat. The Lexus ES300 luxury sedan.
I ran into David Perry over the weekend.
I haven't thought about him since he retired.
He sure ain't living like he used to. Is that what we have to look forward to?
Actually, when I started with the company, I talked to my broker at Payne Weber. He felt that our retirement plan wouldn't be enough, so we decided I should be putting some money aside.
How do you even know about our plan?
He asked.
The temperature never drops below Xerex. That's very important to remember at a time like this, when it's very cold and you've got to get going. Ah, you did remember Xerex Antifreeze. The temperature never drops below Xerex.
Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient Paul, we're guaranteed 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Wow!
Take one and action. Hey, what's the best thing about breakfast at McDonald's?
Coffee.
Pour out a cup, it's steaming, it's dark and rich.
I pour it personally.
Coffee fresh?
Fresh brewed. Fantastic cup of coffee.
So what's the secret?
Arabica.
Oh, what's an Arabica?
Arabica beans.
Oh, the beans. And what else?
It's always fresh.
It just tastes good.
And they like to come in and talk with each other, and just like the small coffee shop long ago.
How much a coffee refill?
They're free. What you want is what you get.
It's guaranteed.
What's up?
Yeah.
We need to develop a game plan.
That's easy. Let's watch college football.
Let's go to a game. There's nothing more exciting than college football.
Great bands, tailgating, and the spirit connected with the college game is a great combination.
And don't forget the game itself. There are a number of good teams this year. And you're right. Going to a game can be fun. The coach invites you to enjoy college football.
Yeah.
America wins with college football.
The first 15 minutes of this ball game took almost an hour to play, 50 minutes to play, and a lot of things happened. So let's take a deep breath and see what we do with the second quarter. Larry Jones checks in now as Miami develops a threat. First down at the Florida State 24-yard line. Coretta back to throw, puts it in the corner, incomplete, intended for Kevin Williams, and that's very good coverage by Clifton Abraham for Florida State.
Well, one of the things they like to do is pressure the quarterback. Always keep some pressure on him, Keith. Take a look right here. The defensive back up on the outside is going to blitz. You got man coverage down the sideline, but Torretta doesn't have time. Watch the linebacker blitz from the outside.
John Davis, a strong safety.
Strong safety blitz. Torretta knows he can't pick him up. That's a low percentage pass. Florida State likes to take those, and Miami says, if we throw enough, we'll hit one.
Bennett's in now at the running back spot. Coretta puts this one in the other corner for Williams, just beyond his reach. That had to be an absolutely perfect pass to work. It was almost incomplete. It goes in the books. We go to John.
Keith, Georgia Tech's Sean Jones had gone 122 attempts without being picked off until Sebastian Savage gets in front of this one, his 9th career INT. This one is still 3-0. Back to you, Keith.
Yes, sir. Second quarter of play, 7-0. Seminoles lead the Hurricanes at the Orange Bowl. It's 3rd down and 10 from the Florida State 24. He looks for Thomas. He got him. Lamar Thomas. Thomas cut right in front of Corey Sawyer, the man with 4 interceptions on the season, and made the catch.
3 straight blitzes in a row. 55 is the middle linebacker, Jones. The offensive line and the backs pick it up. Torretta sees it, gets rid of the ball before he was in his break. That's why the ball was a tad behind him. Florida State 3 straight blitzes in that series, Keith.
First down just outside the 10-yard line of Florida State. Miami's first threat of the day. First real threat of the day. Pass thrown to the 5-yard line, 6-yard line to A.C. Tullison, who makes a very difficult catch and managed to control it. Let's pause 5 seconds here to allow our ABC stations to tell you who they are.
Channel 10, WPLG, Miami, Fort Lauderdale.
Ball rests just short of the 5, so that's a pickup of about 5. And it's second down.
Since Miami has crossed the Florida State 30-yard line, they've blitzed 4 times in a row.
Handed off to McGuire, and McGuire is taken down instantly by John Davis, the strong safety, who was lined up in a blitz position again, but didn't come.
Take a look at the Hurricanes and what they've done inside the 20. They scored 11 of the 16 times down there. 9 of those 11 were touchdowns. And here's Florida State defensively. 8 times, 8 situations. They've allowed only 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals.
Spread them out.
Spread them out. Nobody deep.
Incomplete. Defensive play by Corey Fuller. Pass intended for Jonathan Harris, and Fuller spoiled it.
There you go. There's nobody in the middle of the field. The receiver that they want to get the ball to right here, he's just going to run a little slant, but the defensive back makes a great play on it. Everybody's lined up. They're blitzing. Torretta knows he doesn't have much time. Of course, Fuller and Florida State know that that's the route they like to throw in that situation, so he was ready for it.
So Dane Pruitt is in. He had a 44-yard drive block. He gets this one airborne, and it's right down the highway.
Big score there for Miami.
It is. That would have been a huge lift for the Seminoles if they'd have turned them away. But it is now 7-3, Florida State.
Hitachi?
Wait, I know. They make...
Look, your favorite show.
Oh.
Hitachi makes big screen TVs and 20,000 other entertaining products. Hitachi.
Hitachi? They make, actually, I'm kind of busy right now working on a big project.
Hitachi makes computer systems and 20,000 other intelligent products. Hitachi.
To those who still believe that only expensive luxury cars should offer standard anti-lock brakes, a driver's side airbag, and sophisticated engine technology, we think you'll come around. The Civic EX sedan from Honda.
It's a big investment. Get the most out of it. Change the oil every 3,000 miles. And do it yourself with quality Pennzoil motor oil from Walmart. Only Pennzoil promises performance, protection, quality. And only Walmart gives you Walmart savings every day of the year. Every 3,000 miles, put fresh oil in your car. But first, come to Walmart and put Pennzoil in your cart. Your car will last longer. Your budget will too. Walmart. Always.
National powers collide. The Miami Hurricanes storm into Penn State for a high noon showdown with the 8th-ranked Nittany Lions next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
They go 81 yards on 12 plays, and this was the bid for the touchdown.
Torretta throwing off his back foot, but Fuller, the defensive back, just makes an outstanding play.
And number 80.
They come away with 3 points. It's a 7-3 ball game now as Pruitt hit the 24-yard field goal, and it's Vanover and McMillan deep Vanover, of course, went 94 yards in the opening kickoff for a touchdown. And they kick it right to it. Typical Miami. Here you are. Do it again, Buster. Taken down short of the 15-yard line. These two teams really get after each other, boy. I'm telling you. It's just one dare, one stare after another. Coming up right after our ball game, USC Washington for many of you. Iowa at Michigan in Big Ten country. Huskies ranked #1 this past week. And if you'd like to see the game that is not being shown free in your area, have a crack at pay-per-view. $8.95. Take a look. Take a look. Charlie Ward now 1 out of 4, 11 yards in the ball game.
Been hit 3 times of those 4 times he's attempted to throw, Keith, so they're putting good pressure on him.
Sean Jackson lines up behind him as Florida State goes to the one-back offense in 1992. A lot of time for Ward this time over the middle. Pass was on the hands of the intended receiver, Kez McCorvey, but McCorvey was just leveled by the Canes, and in particular, Terrace Harris.
From behind the defense, this ball is going to be coming right at you. First down passing. Everybody's to the right side. 3 receivers. Charlie Ward looks now. Number 6 right there. Terrace Harris playing center field. Sees it coming all the way. Comparison of the 2 quarterbacks so far. Toyota getting the best of it.
Second down and 10. 1 to 14. Try to run. Nothing doing. Defense is now swarming. Let us quickly go to New York and John.
Keith, Boston College had 3 straight shutouts, but West Virginia has solved the mystery. Adrian Morrell, 16 yards here. Their second touchdown of the game. They lead BC 14-3. Keith.
Well, I didn't think BC would have an easy time of it down in Morgantown. You seldom do. Don Neyland, pretty resourceful fellow. 12 minutes to go in the first half. 7-3 ball game here in the Orange Bowl. 3rd down and 12. And Charlie Ward pulls it down and takes off. Runs into 3 fellows wearing orange. Michael Barrow, Casey Greer, and Darren Smith. And you're not going to travel very far with those fellows.
And he had a quick ejection, too, Keith, from the pocket. 1 defensive lineman was in there, and Charlie Ward took off. You can make that when it's 3rd and 4 or 5 or 6, but 12 yards is a lot to pick up.
So they'll punt it. Kevin Williams will go back to return it. John Wimberly. His first punt was a 28-yarder. It was a pooch kick. This one, John gets some spin on it. Kicks it away from Kevin Williams. Gets it to tail drag a little and gets about a 12, 15-yard roll on it. A 49-yard punt. The wind at his back. So the Hurricanes will come out of it with pretty good field position. 11:06 to go in the first half and trailing by 4.
No. No, no, no. No. No.
Okay. The very affordable Civic CX from Honda.
Just northwest of Kalispell, Montana, there's a place where you can punch cattle instead of a time clock and discover what horsepower is really about. It's the Hargrave Cattle and Guest Ranch, where you can ride them and rope them like they used to. But if you go, you got to pull your own weight and pull out your Visa card. Because at Hargrave, they don't take the tin horns and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Presenting the 190 horsepower Prelude VTEC. From Honda.
Pop quiz.
Oh no. Fire away.
Which beer do you think is brewed longer?
This one overall has better flavor. The darker one.
Bingo. Coors Extra Gold is brewed far longer than Bud.
Seriously? Than Budweiser?
70% longer than Bud.
And you know what?
I can taste it. Slow brewed for that real beer flavor and color, the way beer was meant to be, which may be why 58% of Bud drinkers prefer Coors Extra Gold.
I'll make it 59 and 60.
Coors Extra Gold. If you're missing real taste, beer is back.
The gold, baby. The name says it all.
17, 19 a.m.
I know that many of the stories coming out of this part of South Florida have been dreadful because of Hurricane Andrew, but some of the operations of the city and the port are back to normal. You know that more cruise passengers go out of this port than any other port in the world. More than 3 million a year.
Been out there a few times myself.
From the 31-yard line, Coretta dumps it off to Donnell Bennett. Bennett gets a block on the corner and picks up 7 yards.
Coretta throws complete to Bennett.
Here's Jackaroo.
Keith, you mentioned the fact that the humidity factor is oppressive here. In fact, we also told you that Bowden's concerned about their guys wilting. Here's what they've brought down here, is a cool suit derivative. It's an ice pack. What they do is they take it and put it on top of their heads when they come off the play and try and cool down.
Does it work?
Yeah, it does.
Can you borrow one for us?
I got 2 on their way up.
2nd down and 3. Uh-oh. That's a messy sort of a thing. The handoff was almost fumbled as Toretta gave it to McGuire, and they will be stopped short of the 1st down. I'll say one thing, that if you're a Hurricane football fan, you got to be deaf at the end of the season because the speakers are the loudest in the world, and all of the sound catches back into the Orange Bowl, and the place just fairly cracks.
That could be one of the reasons why they've won 47 straight here.
Virginia, George Welch's team, it's pretty good. Florida State's got to go up there at the end of October and play in Charlottesville. Could be a very big ball game in the ACC. 3rd down and 3. Coretta look for Harris. Now wants to go deep, and he's got a man out there, but Lamar Thomas cannot get to it. That was a very good play by John Davis. John Davis has made 3 big plays in this ball game, and there was one right there because he simply refused to let Lamar Thomas have access to the ball, and he did it legally. Davis is a big guy now. He's 6'2", 225 pounds, so you're not going to shove him around. Strong safety. Corey Sawyer is number 8, the punt returner, as Miami has to get rid of it. Boy, there was some heat on the kicker. No penalty. They knocked him down, but they got the ball out of there. The fair catch is called by Sawyer back around the 15-yard line. 7-3. Florida State leads, and they have the ball now. The Honda Scholar Athlete of the Week brought to you by American Honda, supporting amateur athletics. Darren Smith, 5th-year senior linebacker, University of Miami, is the winner this week. Honda presenting a check for $3,000 to the General Scholarship Fund of the University of Miami in Darren Smith's name. He's doing MBA work right now. He's already graduated. His grade point, 3.2. 5 graduate students on this Miami team.
And the NFL will be interested in him, Keith. He's an outstanding linebacker.
All right, here's Charlie Ward now. Has yet to uncrank at 9.5 minutes to go in the 1st half. His folks lead 7-3. Almost fumbles the snap, but gets it off, and the pass is incomplete. He had Shannon Baker wide open, but he doesn't hit him. Now they want to go with no huddle, look like, and they're going to. Well, they're trying to get everybody in place, but nobody knows quite what to do. This is a new offense for Florida State.
Coming into the ball game, this is who Charlie Ward was throwing to. The wide receivers had caught 86% of the passes. Tight ends only 1%.
Out of the shotgun, pressure coming, and Ward's down. Number 86, Kevin Patrick, his 2nd sack of the game. Or 2nd time he's gotten the quarterback, his 1st sack. As we told you back in the 1st quarter, that was the man that replaced Rusty Medeiros, and asked Dennis Erickson yesterday about the quality of Patrick's play, and he says he's not far behind Rusty.
Well, he was a starter last year, formerly a tight end. Patrick just gets in. Charlie Ward makes a move, but just enough of a force from Patrick to knock him down.
It'll be 3rd down and 23, and the crowd is very much in it. They snap it short, trying to wedge out for a little bit here. I say they snapped it short. I don't know. The PA announcer, I'm sure you can hear it, and the whole world can, called a fumble, but doesn't matter. They retained possession, and they will...
Still not a very good place to punt the football from, Keith. Normally you like your punter back 14 yards from where the ball is placed. Here, he's only going to be back about 10.
So Wimberly will stand. I mean, he cannot move back at all now. He's got about 3 or 4 inches, and that's all. But he gets it out of there, and it's a low line drive for Kevin Williams back at the 43. Gets it back to the 30, so it's a 42-yard punt and a 13-yard return, and Miami is again down knocking on the door.
It's a family, it's comfortable, it's homey. Living in a residential college makes you really like where you live when you come to the university.
The University of Miami is one of the finest private universities in the United States. One reason is because of our residential colleges, where professors and their families make their homes in the same buildings as students for a total living and learning experience.
At the University of Miami, learning is a way of life.
Not only is this Honda Accord designed to improve airflow, but cash flow as well. Introducing the Accord Lease Program. See your nearest dealer for details.
There's an urgent need in this country for teachers. The number of high school graduates alone will increase over 28%. The College Football Association is introducing the Hitachi Promise of Tomorrow teaching scholarships to help young people in college football pursue careers in teaching.
Hitachi, proud sponsor of the College Football Association. Hitachi's Promise of Tomorrow program gives teaching scholarships to all 67 CFA members.
Prior to the kickoff today, Judy Westerfield and Larry Millspaw of Hitachi presented Miami's Hitachi Promise of Tomorrow $5,000 scholarship check to the Director of Athletics, Dave Maggart. $5 grand for the kitty. Here's a look at Kevin Williams and how he injured himself.
It's that left ankle right there. That's Johnson, the tight end, that fell on his ankle. He limped off the field.
Coretta rolls it out, buys a little time, has Coleman Bell wide open, touchdown. Something new. Everybody scouts until they develop tendencies, and then you put in a little new wrinkle like the rollout, and something happens.
So here you go. It's going to be a fake reverse with a man coming back this way. But here's the man that's going to get the ball. The tight end's going to come across. The safety will think it's a reverse and go in the opposite direction. Tight end number 17. Look at the safety come out of the middle of the field. Torretta takes his time, knows he's got a lot of time, waits for Bell to get open. Touchdown.
Pruitt for the point. It's good. 7 minutes and 36 seconds to play in the first half, and the Miami Hurricanes go to the lead by 3, 10-7. Torretta now is 10 of 17.
One of these engines was filled with Castrol Syntec, a new synthetic oil. The rest with conventional oils. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec's unique molecular structure bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oil. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. The presidential candidate on the left stood for military action in the Persian Gulf, while the candidate on the right agreed with those who opposed it. He says he wouldn't rule out term limits, while he says he's personally opposed to term limits. This candidate was called up for military service, while this one claims he wasn't. One of these candidates is Bill Clinton. Unfortunately, so is the other.
There is a simple explanation for why this happened.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram ExtraGuard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram ExtraGuard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
42-yard punt and a 13-yard return by Kevin Williams put him on the 29, and Torretta cashed it in to Coleman Bell. And Miami leads Florida State 10-7 with 7:36 to go in the first half of play. Miami coming into the ball game ranked number 2 in the nation, Florida State number 3. Vanover and McMillan waiting for Pruitt's kick. Vanover, and he boots it out of bounds, and that's where they're going to have to possess it, the 14-yard line. It's a poor play there by Vanover. Here's John Saunders.
All right, Keith, let's update this game in the ACC. Terry Jordan with a nice touch on the flag pattern. Robert Hitton pulls it in. 11 yards for the touchdown. Meanwhile, in the Big East, Boston College has pulled to within 14-10. They trail West Virginia. Back to you, Keith.
All right, John, the last 3 Florida State field position starting points were 14 to 15 and now again to 14. So where they had the edge in field position in the first quarter, they have not had it in the second quarter. It is Tiger McMillan, the one-back offense, and Ward gives it to him. And he goes searching for a crack in the door over there, and there isn't one. Instead, there's a big fellow named Armstead from Texas that says, whoa. Robbie Baker is now in at center, 6'5", 255, fifth-year senior out of Fort Myers. Clay Shiver started, but Baker's in there now.
Baker is the starter from the past couple of years, had his knee scoped 3 weeks ago, and they're trying to work him back into the game.
Lonnie Johnson, the tight end, has not seen the ball today. Ward again gives the ball to McMillan. And he's hunted down by Michael Burrow just about the line of scrimmage.
So take a look at the Hurricanes, how they rank in the nation. Mentioned in the opening, they are first in scoring defense. They're 5th against the rush and 5th in total defense. They came in averaging only 87 yards. Giving up only 87 yards, as you see Farrell fighting off the block of Farrell and making the play.
Kevin Patrick dinged on the last play by a blocker has come off the field. Charlie Ward rolls that way, gets a little toe. He's caught from behind by Damon Bethel. Bethel, number 46, is the man who has gone into the ball game for Kevin Patrick, and he brought a pair of fresh legs into the game, and he ran him down.
We talk about the team speed that both of these teams have. As you mentioned, Farrell is in for Patrick, who's in for Medeiros. He is the 4th team tight end. He's the number 4 tight end is Bethel, and he chases down Charlie Ward.
And so the Seminoles have to put here comes Miami. It's almost a frenzy-like performance for the Canes right now.
What was that?
I'm not sure.
What did he do?
Whipped it.
The ball didn't even come off his foot. I don't know if he whipped it or what.
16 yards on the alleged kick. Did he whip it?
He looks like he stumbled.
He slipped.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. second, looks like his left leg buckles.
It did. It didn't slip. That foot stayed right where it was, didn't it? The leg buckled on him, and he just didn't get anything on it.
I don't know whether it was nerves. Sometimes the wind, if the wind is strong enough, it can blow the ball, but it wasn't the wind, it was his left leg.
And so here's Miami with a big, big opportunity. Torretta, oh my goodness, bad pass, Martino. He's trying to dump it off underneath to Donnell Bennett, and it was a bad throw.
Good protection by the offensive line for Torretta. That's his 18th throw of the day, and he's only been hurried twice and only been touched one time.
Bobby Bowden's still not sure of what Miami doesn't have the devil in the box. Every time he plays it, something happens, and that's a very unusual thing with his punter, John Wimberly, a moment ago. Second down and 10. Torretta's pass incomplete, almost picked off. I mean, Sawyer almost had his 5th interception of the year right there. The Prudential halftime report, John Saunders with scores and highlights. We'll have Marianne Grabavoy reporting out of Homestead, Florida, with linebacker Michael Barrow of Miami about the aftermath of Hurricane Andrew. And Julia Moran's out in Seattle with a report on Don James and the Washington Huskies and their success of recent years. Third down and 10. Never got the ball from the snap. Never got the ball. Canes keep it.
Center quarterback exchange. Hurricanes keep the ball, Keith. You know, this is the most fundamental thing in football, snapping the ball from the center to the quarterback. But when the center snaps it, wants to block too quick, or the quarterback wants to get out, that's when your problems develop.
That was a very ugly series for Miami.
Great field position and nothing out of it.
Schneider in the punt. Third punt of the game. Try to pooch it, kill it, deep. Got a chance at it. Yes, he does. Inside the 5, down at the 3. 30-yard punt, but it pins Florida State back on the 3-yard line at 4:29 to go in the first half, and the Canes leading the Seminoles 10-7.
Interesting call by Erickson on the Florida State 32-yard line. Punts on the 32-yard line. Exactly what he wanted right now. Pin them back so the defense can come in, and then the next time we get the ball, we can do something with it. So it tells you a little bit about the philosophy of these two teams. I think they know it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Well, the Canes had a low scorer last week against Arizona. Just barely escaped. Sean Jackson, who is in the backfield, in the end zone. Ward turn and throw the other way and completes it to Fryer. Matt Fryer sees the ball for the first time today, and he's going to have it out for a first down. And that took some nerve to call that particular play in that particular field position.
Here's a look at what they've done. As you mentioned, Keith, they've punted the last 4 times. Before that, they had missed a field goal or had a field goal block, and then they had the interception. Charlie Ward is 2 of 7 for about 20 yards.
First down from the 14. Patrick's after Ward. The other defensive end gets him going that way and finally pulls him down. They're going to throw a flag on it. But I don't know that that's really truly warranted because number 91, Darren Klein, looked to me like he was just falling down. But you get a flag on it and it'll be a penalty against Miami.
Foul, personal foul on the defense.
Well, let's take a look at this. Play action fake. He's going to get pressured from Patrick on the left side, but that's no problem. Charlie can run away from in. Klein 91, the other end. Let's watch this. I don't know. Looked like he was out of bounds.
He was out of bounds, no question about it.
I mean, his momentum was going to carry him out of bounds. I think he made a little bit of extracurricular.
So the penalty moves the ball up to the 30.
It's a big penalty there, a big break for FSU.
They started back on the 3, they're now on the 30, go to Fryer the other way, and Fryer makes the catch at the 35. And Matt will pick up a couple of more before Ryan McNeil can bring it down.
Keith, that foul, that flag was a major foul, 15-yard penalty, and the amount of times that you have one of those in a drive and the team will then go on, offensive team will go on and score a touchdown is unbelievable.
Very high percentage.
Oh yeah, because the offense feels like, oh, you're helping us. You gave us 15 yards. Now let's do something for ourselves. And if you're helping us, we'll help ourselves.
Second down, on 2. Ward throws and nothing there because the intended receiver, number 1, Shannon Baker, turned inside. Ward threw outside, and it's incomplete. Ward is not setting it on fire. That's true. But the potential is scary.
Well,
any second he can do it.
His season has been inconsistency. He's been outstanding or he's been bad. He's been a nightmare or a dream, depending on which game he's played in.
He just barely got away with that ball, and the referee very quickly drops the flag. You probably got a procedure call coming here. The referee is Joe Ryder.
It's a dead ball foul, illegal snap on the offense.
So they'll take 5 away from Florida State. Clark Gaston is the umpire, Sam Stevenson the line judge, Mike Looney the field judge, Dan Post the side judge, Ernie Benson the line judge, and back judge is Virgil Valdez, ACC.
On Miami.
So put the ball back just outside the 32-yard line for Florida State now. It's 3rd down and 7 for the Noles. Ward has time. Got a man over there, McCorvey, and he put it right between the 8s. And it's a big first down for Florida State. Beautiful pass there.
Nice throw by Charlie Ward, too. Man, he's going to get it to us here. He's going to come down and break to the outside. The inside receiver is going to be short. Your defensive back at the top of your screen should have been back there.
Miami 43-yard line. First down. Ward's pass to Fryer again. He's caught 3 in a row in this possession. And he puts the ball inside the 30 at the 29, and that's another first down. So Miami had momentum for a goodly part of this quarter going to the right. Now it's turned around and going the other way with Florida State.
And it all seemed to turn on that one foul out of bounds where Crine tackled Charlie Ward out of bounds and gave him the 15 yards.
Just inside the 29. First down for the Seminoles. Jackson. Ward passes away to Fryer. That's 4 catches. And down at the 20-yard line for a 9-yard pickup. So it's almost as if they suddenly discovered that Matt Fryer was playing today.
Yep. Fryer is the possession receiver. Not a lot of speed, but he can catch the ball. And Bowden now is getting Charlie Ward outside the pocket a little bit more, giving him a little bit more time to throw. Doesn't have to read from the pocket. Just find a man that's open and athletically get the ball to him.
In this possession, he's 5 out of 6. And 4 of the 5 have gone to Fryer. He's looking for Baker. Baker's not available. Miami doubled up on Shannon Baker, and then the pursuit caught up, and they took Ward down. Fryer went down to the 10-yard line, and then suddenly he drew a crowd.
Charlie Ward outside the pocket again. Take a look at Baker, number 1. He's not open there. You might wonder about the receiver and the defensive back, whether that's pass interference. As long as, in college, as long as the defensive back is in front of the offensive man, he can jam it.
Matt Fryer hurt on the play, trying to throw a block. So the timeout on the field is in his behalf.
top of your screen right there. Fryer is looking back. That's where he got injured.
The football rests at the 21-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for Florida State. Matt from Live Oak, Florida, 5'11", 190 junior, leaving the field. Looks all right.
As a quarterback, you hate to see your hot receiver going out of the ball game.
Score is 10-7 Miami. Florida State now in the first threatening posture in some time. Their touchdown came on a 94-yard kickoff return, the opening kickoff by Tamarick Vanover. Charlie Ward. No. Pass intended for Tamarick Vanover, and he missed it. So in will come the kicking unit, and we'll get a field goal try.
All right, let's go back and take a look at the offensive line play. Both coaches alluded to the fact that it would be key. Right there, that smart Caesar gets in around McNeil, puts pressure on him, and forces him to throw it a little early.
39-yard try earlier today by Maury was blocked by Miami. This is a bid to tie the score. 38 yards. Hooked it, left, missed it.
Don't get down on yourself. They may need you later. That's the words being exchanged right there.
So Florida State is turned away with nothing.
Snap is good. Just pulls it.
Larry Jones checks into the Miami backfield now. Coretta gives it to him. And number 90 puts a hat on him. Derek Alexander. Redshirt freshman from Jacksonville. Knocks him down, and he got him short of the line of scrimmage. With a minute and a half to go in the first half, Miami has all 3 timeouts. 2nd down, 11 from the 20. Coretta throws underneath. That is indeed a greeting for Larry Jones. Larry says...
Marvin says hello to Larry.
Yes, that tree named Marvin just fell on me.
And they are not related.
The Jones boys, and boy, did they have a little collision.
Marvin Jones is a linebacker, All-American, as we mentioned, and he just creamed him.
Oh, it's 3rd down, 11. Coretta's pass is incomplete, intended for Coleman Bell down the middle. There was good coverage on him. Number 31 down defending Levon Brown for Florida State. And Miami's got to kick it away. So the defenses are becoming omnipresent in the ballgame.
No surprise there.
Coretta 1 out of his last 6. Snyder to punt, Sawyer to return it. Pretty good kick into the wind.
Watch the return over here. It's set up. Sawyer can get over here.
Good block by 21. 15. Snyder, the punter, finally brings him down. 49-yard punt, but it is a 50-yard return. Chris Hall, number 21 now, is the man that's going to throw a huge block in this return.
Watch the white jerseys now. After they see them all peeling off to the right side, look at all the jerseys peeling off to the right side. Now the red jerseys are in the middle of the field. Sawyer's job is to catch it and get over there to our right side. There's a clip right there. Now he's got all these white jerseys.
Is that a clip?
Yeah, that looked like a clip, unless the official said that at the last minute, the Miami guy turned his back. Could have been the call.
All right, it's the 19-yard line of Miami. First down, Florida State. Ball rolls back to Charlie Ward. His pass is underneath to Fryer, who's back in, and that is pushed out of bounds at about the 13. Florida State has 2 timeouts remaining. Time remaining, 49 seconds. This Fryer goes out of bounds to kill the clock.
Offensively inside the 20, Florida State 20 times, 11 touchdowns, and 4 field goals. Miami, the opponents haven't been down there very often.
Looked like Miami might have spent the timeout. Michael Barrows is talking with one of the Florida State big people there, exchanging words. So you've got a timeout with 49 seconds to go in the first half.
I'm Frank Gifford, and this Monday night, the unbeaten Dallas Cowboys take on the unbeaten Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles quarterback Randall Cunningham has made a spectacular comeback from a serious knee injury, and he's a top-rated quarterback in the NFL. His young counterpart for the Cowboys, Troy Aikman, is also off to a superb start. He'll challenge the Eagles' #1 ranked defense Monday night on ABC.
6 brutal murders. A TV reporter out to catch a killer before she's the next victim. Suzanne Summers, exclusive Sunday.
49 seconds left to play. And the ball is in very tender territory for the Miami Hurricanes. And it's been the Florida State special teams that has done the real big damage.
Without question. Kickoff return for a touchdown to start the game, and now here a punt return. Florida State came into the ball game with outstanding special teams. Their punt return was second in the ACC, and their kickoff return was first in the Atlantic Coast Conference. So Bowden and his troops have very good return people. Their kickers, Mowry, missed a field goal, so not real strong in that area. FSU has 161 return yards on the day. That's punt and kickoffs. Miami only 14.
So with 2 timeouts remaining now for Florida State. It was Miami that called that last one. The ball is just inside the 13-yard line. Clay Shiver is back in at center, and they go to the shotgun. Ward looking around, takes off. He gets to the 5, and that will be first and goal, Florida State at the Miami 5, and you've got 41 seconds left to play in the first half. Here's Jack.
Well, Keith, you talk about Charlie Ward being such a terrific point guard. In fact, Dean Smith says he's the best point guard he's ever seen. You know, Smith from North Carolina, Mr. Basketball. But he's used to pressure. You talked about the ACC where they went to the Final 16. Well, how about the Metro Conference back in 1990? They were competing for the championship game. The seconds were winding down. Who steps to the line 28 feet away and sinks a three-pointer to win the game? Charlie Ward.
Yeah, but in that game, there isn't some great big old hulking guy waiting to hit you upside the head. Somebody named Barrow or Smith or Ryan or Patrick or whatever.
He's a good student too, Keith. He's got a 3.0 grade point average, and he is vice president of the student body.
And a lot of Georgia folks mumble about that because Charlie comes out of Thomasville, but then Thomasville is a favorite hangout of the Florida State Seminoles, because that's where they go to spend their nights.
That's right.
Before their home game. So if there is a connection, an affection, if you will, between Thomasville, Georgia, and the Florida Seminoles, it's for that reason. Folks down in South Georgia have been known to do some pretty good high school football.
Well, there are a lot of them on this roster.
Yep.
Florida State team.
All right, they're trying to get in and either take the lead or at least tie. It's 10-7 Miami with 41 seconds to play in the first half. Fryer and McCorvey are going to the top of the picture. Vanover comes to the bottom. Ward looks to the top, goes to the corner, has a man, incomplete. That is a very good play by Ryan McNeil. Number 47, the pass intended for Kez McCorvey.
Well, you can't throw it any better than Charlie Ward threw it. From the other side of the field, reverse angle, the 2 men closest to us are the only ones involved. McCorvey lined up way inside, gave him a lot of room to drift to. That ball is right on target, and McNeil is there to make a play. Does McNeil even touch this ball? I don't know. His left hand may have got up in there just at the last minute.
It's 2nd down and 5, or 2nd and goal from the 5. Ward rolls out, and the pass to the end zone is incomplete. And the man doing the harassing on the play was number 2 for the Miami Hurricanes, and he's a rush specialist, Rowan Marley. Rowan Marley. He's only 5'8". He weighs 202 pounds, and he's Tommy Tuberville says he's the best open field tackler on the team.
And he's in there for one reason, and that is to stay close to him because he has speed. Good coverage in the secondary. There wasn't anybody open for very long.
So it is 3rd and goal from the 5.
Here they come.
They just miss him. He gets his pass in the end zone, and it is too high. Intended for Vanover, but Klein and Patrick were both coming. And they force him to throw it on the move, and he can't put it on the numbers.
Could have had that one. Charlie Ward could have had that one.
Yeah, he was open. Man's wide open.
Well, he has to beat the pressure. He has to do something extra. Charlie Ward right there has to beat what the offensive line didn't take care of. Now, this man is open in the back of the end zone. Ward was going to the right. He had to throw it back a little bit, but that was a completable pass.
23-yard field goal try by Dan Mowry to tie at 23 seconds to go in the first half. And this one is good. So he missed the last time he was down there, but this time he puts the ball right through the uprights, and at 19 seconds to play in the first half, we're all even at 10. And it's a typical Seminole Hurricane fistfight. '87, 42 seconds to play in the ball game. Florida State goes for 2 points. Doesn't work. Miami wins by 1. It's been that kind of a series. So I'm not so sure, Bob, in this case, normally you would say, hey, Florida State's going to the clubhouse with momentum. I'm not so sure that they gain much momentum out of that particular possession.
When you have a team, when an offensive team is inside the 10 and the defensive team comes out with just a field goal, they can count that as a positive. And as far as offensively, you get inside there, you want 7 points. And if you only settle for 3, nobody gains in that situation.
Jonathan Harris and Darrell Spencer are the deep people for the Miami Hurricanes.
The only thing that Florida State gained from that offensive series is they finally put some points on the board. The other 7 was from special teams.
Right. The offense can say, hey, we did get 3.
Get something.
Right. Yep. That's a Pooch pop-up. Fair catch is called, and the fair catch is made by Dietrich Clausel, number 83, who became a personality of note last week when he caught the only touchdown pass in the ball game to beat Arizona 8-7.
He didn't kick that ball downfield very far. That was about 15 yards, but good coaching by Miami. Special teams tell that young man, alert everybody up there. If you get a high Pooch punt like a kickoff like that, you can fair catch it.
And they don't use any time.
Yeah, and not let the other team come down. But
and
that's
they've got 2 timeouts remaining. So you got 19 seconds. You got 2 timeouts. Bennett behind Toretto. The ball is at the 42. Toretto wants to go, and the man for whom the pass is intended, Horace Copeland, broke off the route and looked like they didn't really communicate very well on it. And that's 6 seconds gone there. Spencer's coming out, number 35. Jonathan Harris has gone in.
Kevin Williams has not been back in since he sprained that ankle earlier in the ball game.
Run it. Bennett. That's a clock killer. And so we're going to end this first half of play with a score: Florida State 10, Miami 10.
CFA College Football is ABC Sports exclusive, brought to you by American Honda, who has been making quality cars in America for the past 10 years. And by Canon, the #1 copier company and the new power and high volume copier. We'll return with halftime activities after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
This is a big car. Put it in park. Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
Where's my food?
Love this place.
You know, you could have got the sandwich for 99 cents.
I didn't want that. I wanted this.
That's a smart move then, so you're having it your way.
99-cent sandwich.
Sandwich. Can you do that? Yeah, but it's called a croissant sandwich. Check in between the seats. You could reach down in there and find enough change to pay for it. You got the croissant sandwich? Is that your favorite thing to get?
Yeah.
It's your way right away.
Love this place.
I'm paid to buy the high-volume copiers. I don't want to have to worry about them.
The corporate line from Canon.
It's simple. If our copiers are working, our people are working.
High-volume copying systems so reliable, you don't have to think about them.
All I want to know is it keeps copying, sorting, stapling. End of story.
The corporate line from Canon, the #1 copier company, and the new power in high-volume copying.
Presenting the new Civic Del Sol from Honda. It's a sporty, open-top car with a very remarkable feature. When it's windy outside, it's not so windy inside.
Late night. Join Kenny Loggins.
Down your streets, I don't walk alone.
Plus the vocal magic of Enya. ABC in concert, late night.
In concert, late night Saturday here on Tech.
What Florida store is celebrating 94 years by saving you more money than at any other time of the year?
Burdine's anniversary sale, the biggest sale in our Florida history, now.
It's more than a sale, it's an event.
Honey, you know that little package they delivered this morning? Did you put it somewhere?
Federal Express knows how it feels when you have to locate your package.
Mommy needs it for a meeting.
That's why Federal Express has a tracking system that can tell you where your package is.
How about giving Mommy a hint?
Of course, once it gets there, you're on your own.
Oh,
great. Federal Express.
Henry, where are my keys?
Our most important package is yours.
Burdine's is celebrating 94 years in Florida with the biggest sale of the season, of the year. In fact, it's the biggest sale of their history.
Burdine's anniversary sale going on now.
It's more than a sale, it's an event.
Crime Stoppers, tonight at 11, only on Tech.
From ABC Sports, the Prudential Halftime Report. Brought to you by Prudential. When it comes to insurance, real estate, and investments, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the Rock. The Prudential. Rock solid. From New York, John Saunders.
Welcome back. Miami and Florida State all tied up at 10 at halftime, second half straight ahead. We also should remind you at 3:30 Eastern time, most of you will see the #1 team in the nation, Washington, face USC. In Big Ten country, it will be Iowa and Michigan. But first, the Prudential halftime report. And we'll start by updating this big battle. It's all tied up 10 apiece. Tamarick Vanover, as you know, ran back the opening kickoff. It's been exciting ever since. Elsewhere, Texas Tech and Texas A&M, this in the Southwest Conference. And the Red Raiders, well, they're looking to gun down the Aggies in College Station, but A&M's Rodney Thomas for almost 37 yards, fighting his way through several tackles. and that gets them deep into their territory. It sets up the 2-yard plunge by who else but Greg Hill, as Texas A&M takes a 7-0 lead at that point as he muscles his way into the end zone. Right now, it is a 10-0 game for the Aggies. Notre Dame, Demetrius DeBose caused a safety on the first play from scrimmage, and then Reggie Brooks has done it with a 12-yard touchdown run. Notre Dame leading at 9-0. Ohio State's Raymond Harris, a 5-yard touchdown run. They lead Wisconsin 10-3. In that game, Robert Smith, for the second time this year, has been knocked out of the game. He had a rib injury earlier this year. This time, it's his ankle. Now, Florida, who won the SEC last year, doesn't look like they'll do it this year. They lose again, this time to Mississippi State on a game that was played on Thursday. And in that game, the Heisman Trophy hopes of Shane Matthews may have gone down the tubes as well. No touchdowns and a career-high 5 interception in his worst game of his career. Number 14, Virginia, facing Wake Forest 10-7. Terry Kirby in this one, 73 yards on the first play from scrimmage. He runs this one in. Number 16, Georgia, facing Arkansas. Garrison Hurst has a 12-yard touchdown run. 10-3 is that score in the second quarter. In the ACC, NC State and Georgia Tech, 10-3. The Wolfpack leads. Terry Jordan, 11-yard touchdown run to Robert Hinton. That made it 7-3. They lead it 10-3. Boston College, well, they had 3 straight shutouts. It won't happen this time, but they're still looking for the win in the Big East. Under a minute left in the first half. Glenn Foley, what a year he's having. 18 yards to Clarence Cannon. That cut the lead to 14-10. They have now since added another one. Chucky Dukes running it in to make it 17-14 is the score. Boston College with the lead. Number 25, Clemson. 20-0 as they roll over an easy one. Tennessee Chattanooga. Rudy Harris, a 2-yard touchdown run there. BYU, a game played last night. Interesting because of the quarterback situation there. BYU is quarterback you, and it may happen once again. You know that John Walsh and Steve Clements are both out with shoulder injury, and Ryan Hancock, what a tremendous job he did in the game to win it yesterday. Some games that come up later, including the #1 team in the nation that you'll see on ABC. Washington takes on USC. And another big one, Tennessee faces LSU. Back with more on the Prudential Halftime Report in just a moment. But first, a look at the Miami Band and a look at some more scores from around the nation.
This is Spain.
Prudential Halftime Report continues. Marianne Grabavoy returns to Homestead with Michael Barrow and his mother for a look at what's happened since Hurricane Andrew.
There's a house whose rooms I know by heart, where I tended the garden and read my books, where dreams were dreamt and memories made. Where children grew up, and I grew old. A house where I belong.
When the Prudential created the Living Needs benefit, we made it possible for the terminally ill to collect their death benefit while they're alive. So if they choose, they can afford to live out their days not in the confines of a hospital, but in the comfort of their own home.
There's a house where I belong.
For information, call 1-800-THE-ROCK.
From opera to oil paint, modern dance to motion pictures, Florida State University is a leader in the visual and performing arts. Internationally renowned programs. A distinguished faculty preparing talented students to be artists, performers, teachers, and scholars. Applauding artistic and academic achievement at Florida State University.
Welcome back once again to the Prudential Halftime Report. Let's take a look at some of the things we like to call disappointments and surprises. We'll start off with a team that moved into its first year in the SEC, South Carolina, but they really struggled against SEC teams before they moved into the conference. Alabama, on the other hand, has won 14 straight going into the day. That's third best in the nation. Navy and North Carolina, well, there's the big goose egg next to Navy. They still have yet to score a point this year. In their first 3 losses to Virginia, Boston College, and Rutgers, 121-0. They've never been shut out 4 straight times in over 100 years of college football. Michigan State still looking for their first win and down 14-0 already. Damon Watts, 31-yard fumble return for a touchdown. George Perlis' team is struggling. The Citadel, they already have 2 wins against Division 1A teams. They've never started a season 5-0, but they have a chance as they face Appalachian State. Right now, it's scoreless. SMU coming off a big win. They're first in the Southwest Conference since they went on the death penalty, but they'll be without 12 players, including 7 starters for book fraud. We'll have more on that in our second halftime. Florida State, Miami tied 10-10. And for Coach Dennis Erickson, he's not just trying to bounce back from losing the #1 ranking, but also trying to bounce back from the effects of Hurricane Andrew.
You can drive down to Homestead now or drive down to my house or down in those different areas, and it's still there. I mean, the devastation is still there. That's not gone. Getting back to the normality of life is here now, but the devastation is still there. And when you see it, it just still gives you that eerie feeling of how could this ever happen?
Now, several players were very hard hit, but none harder than Michael Barrow, the linebacker for the Hurricanes, and his mother, May. Marianne Grabavoy gave you that story during our first week, and this week she returned once again to Homestead, Florida.
Almost 6 weeks after Andrew, much of the debris is gone on Southwest 267th Street. But so too are many of the people, gone to live anywhere they can. Homes have become boarded up, vacant houses in Michael and May Barrow's homestead.
It feels like a ghost town. It feels like people are not here. There's no spirit here, there's no life here. I see people are so serious about rebuilding that they're not just living life, enjoying themselves. The hurricane took a lot away from the people, just the desire to live.
Michael, can Homestead ever be the same?
No, I don't think it'll ever be the same. Too many families lost personal belongings. Too many families lost things that are part of them. So I don't think it ever could be the same because those things can't be replaced.
For many folks here in Homestead, the electricity just came on last week, but very few of the homes are in a livable condition. Working with insurance adjusters, waiting for insurance checks, and trying to line up a contractor, many people are confused and bewildered about just how to get things done. The last time we visited May Barrow in Homestead, there were bulldozers in her front yard. Now it's rather clean and quiet, obvious cosmetic improvements. But inside the house, there's been no progress structurally. The Barrows think they'll be lucky to move back in by next spring.
A lot of people are impatient about what's going on, so it's just going to matter of time. It's not a short-term thing, it's long-term. Everywhere you look, you see frustration. You see the homes need to be rebuilt. You see people with no food, eating like 1 meal a day. Nothing could be normal.
What has the hurricane taught the University of Miami football team?
It taught us that, hey, the game of football is nothing but entertainment. It's not what people try to make it out to be. It's not a life or death situation. The real battles are not won on the field, it's won in these homes.
The great losses in Florida are the most publicized, but of course people of Louisiana and most recently Hawaii also suffered great losses as a result of hurricane damage. If you would like to help, call the American Red Cross Disaster Relief at 1-800-842-2200. The Prudential Halftime Report continues in just a moment with a look at the #1 Washington Huskies and their pipeline to the state of California.
In a world of sweeping changes, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the Prudential, rock solid in securities, insurance, and real estate.
From Red Grange
to the modern grace of Olympian Tracy Corkins. The flavor and pageantry of all 21 men's and women's collegiate sports come alive at the NCAA Visitor Center. Come celebrate the magic moments in college sports at the NCAA Visitor Center, open year-round in Kansas City.
The second half from Miami in just a moment. First, a reminder, at 3:30 Eastern Time, the #1 team in the nation at Pac-10 battle against USC. Some of you will see the Big Ten, #4 Michigan, facing the Iowa Hawkeyes. Anytime USC goes up against Washington, there's a certain irony because the road to #1 for the Huskies has to go through California. Julie Moran explains.
California, long known for its sunshine and openness to alternative lifestyles, has had a magnetic draw for people all over. However, the complexities of crowded urban life have created problems. Subsequently, many Californians have migrated to the state of Washington for its wide open spaces, quality of life, and job opportunities. Not known for its weather, it's now known for its rock and roll and its Washington Huskies. With the national spotlight focused on the University of Washington and its #1 ranked Huskies, one has to wonder how head coach Don James, in a state where only 4.8 million people live, could put together such consistently successful programs. James has had to focus on recruiting out of state, more specifically, the exceptional and highly recruited athletes in the state of California. With 53 California players on this 92 Husky squad, the question is, what draws them here?
I just say look at our established program, look at our record, and look at what the players do after they leave the school. You know, most of them have, you know, great jobs or they're in the pros right now.
The University of Washington has such an established football program. We've had a lot of success, especially the last couple of years, and I think a lot of people who are down in California who want to get out of California, and they would probably want to come up here.
I was just really stressed out and tired going through the whole recruiting process, and came here and found out that it's kind of a mellow city.
Big, beautiful lakes, mountains, clear sky, beautiful, thin air. Out there, it's smoggy, it's writing on the walls. You see a lot of gangsters and just a lot of poverty.
Although Bino Bryant wants to return to Los Angeles after graduation, it was the University of Washington that offered him an education, a chance to play and win 2 Rose Bowls. All of this unlikely if not for head coach Don James. His successes in guiding players and teaching have been long-standing.
I really have a great amount of respect for the man because of the way he treated me when I was there. I wouldn't really be sitting here today if it wasn't for him staying with me and believing in me. And so I have the utmost respect for him, and I always have told him if there's anything I could do to help his program out, I wouldn't hesitate.
It's this unassuming leader who consistently recruits and develops top-notch players both on and off the field.
Oh, I don't think it's me. I think it's an organization. We have an excellent recruiting coordinator in Dick Baird, and the staff works hard. I think we're thorough. You know, we do what we can within the framework of the rules to work hard, and we have a great place to sell. You can see it here. We've got a great university and facility, a great state, so a lot of tradition.
And the tradition continues as the Huskies go for their 2nd consecutive national championship.
On the other side of the coin, USC acknowledges it's tough to recruit because of the proximity of their campus to South Central Los Angeles. Still, they insist it's very safe. A very large security service is there. But this week, reserve linebacker John McGee was hit by a stray bullet that came over these walls and this fence, pierced him above his elbow. After a couple of days in the hospital, though, he and his father insist they have full support for USC, no plans on transferring, and they both feel extremely safe on the campus. We're just about done, but right now, first let's look at a couple of scores and update. First of all, Boston College and West Virginia tied at 17 apiece. Mike Vanderjagt with a field goal in this one to tie the game. And Navy and North Carolina. Navy still looking for their first points. North Carolina's Natroni Means 16-yard touchdown run. They have the lead. We're done on the Prudential Halftime Report. We'll see you throughout the game. Right after these messages, we'll get back to the contest.
From ABC Sports, the Prudential Halftime Report has been brought to you by Prudential. When it comes to insurance, real estate, and investments, there is one certainty: the financial strength of the Rock. The Prudential, rock solid.
Director of the Band of the Hour, Michael Mann. Graduate Assistants, Troy Bro, Douglas Jordan, Joe Moore, Scotty Sell. Clinical Guard Instructor, Mark Tatum. Permanent Instructor, Melanie Dwell, and the voice of the...
Chevrolet announces just about the last thing you'd expect from a car company: lower prices. Believe it or not, this is for real. Chevrolet is lowering the price of every new 1993 Cavalier Coupe, sedan, wagon, and Z24 Coupe. No gimmicks or hassles, just straight talk and lower prices. Surprised? You shouldn't be. What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
Each year, corporate America spends over $10 billion on overnight shipping. Yet, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal, $3 billion of that is wasted. If you find that kind of inefficiency alarming, call UPS. We can save you up to 40% on overnight deliveries and help prevent your profits from going up in smoke. UPS. We run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
There's a reason more people go to Sears for a new battery.
Can't believe I left my lights on.
Only Sears has the Die-Hard. Sears is so confident of Die-Hard starting power. If your Die-Hard needs a jump, Sears will do it absolutely free. Anytime, anywhere, even if you leave your lights on.
I got stranded once. Never again.
You can count on me. Sears Die-Hard. More power when you need it most.
Joanne Cern talks about her new Goodyear Aquatred all-season radials.
I was taking my daughter to play rehearsal, and it was pouring.
The advanced Deep Groove Aqua Channel channels water away as you drive.
And the lady in front of me just stopped. And I expected to skid, and I didn't.
Aquatred, only from Goodyear.
And that convinced me right then and there.
Aquatred, we like to say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
CFA College Football. This ABC Sports exclusive. Brought to you by Geo, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced, only at your Chevrolet Geo dealers. And by Heineken, just being the best is enough.
10-10 tie as the teams come on the field. And the Florida State Seminoles jumped to the lead off the opening kickoff on a 94-yard run, return of the kickoff by Vanover. And Miami got a field goal and to make it 7-0, obviously, off the opening kickoff. Then Pruitt a 24-yard field goal to make it 7-3 in the third quarter. Coleman Bell down the middle on a little rollout action. The Florida State safety got lost and made it a 10-7 Miami lead. And then finally, Mowry tied it up late in the first half with a 22-yard field goal, having missed one previously from in close. And that's where we are. Jonathan Harris and Darrell Spencer are the deep people as Miami will get the ball first here in the second half, and Mowry will kick it off. They're playing on grass at the Orange Bowl. And it's been a knockdown, drag-out Saturday afternoon scrap between these two old foes, and this is Jonathan Harris. Got some room. Good return outside the 40-yard line by Jonathan Harris. Kevin Williams suffered a sprained ankle in the first half of play and may be done for the day.
The kickoff return is 42 yards.
Take a look, halftime statistics. Look at the return yards, first of all, for Florida State, 168 yards. The only score that FSU had was a special teams kickoff return of 94 yards.
Miami comes up with a one-back Stephen McGuire in there, and Coretta gives it to him, and he finds some daylight over the left side and gets about 5 yards on the carry.
Stopped by Jones.
Take a look, Miami in the first half. Besides the 12, look at the 12 plays. That was the only drive that they had over 4 plays. They've had the ball 3 times in FSU possession and didn't score, but the 1 touchdown on the 1 play. Toretta's passing stats Bennett is the leading rusher with 13 yards, and Thomas has caught 3 for 29. Jones leads the tacklers for Florida State.
And the ball is at the 47 of Miami, 2nd down and 5. Fake the reverse. Coretta throws, pass good to Larry Jones. And the big back carries it down inside the 30 to the 25. You got a penalty flag back up the field, and you got a penalty flag thrown down here where he went out of bounds.
Illegal block in the back on the offense.
Well, he's ignoring the other flag that was thrown down here when he was tackled out of bounds. Well, that has to be considered too, doesn't it?
Yes, he does. I think he's just finding out about it.
Just starting the 2nd half of play.
I think the other one's going to be a face mask.
No.
On the tackle.
Illegal block on the back on the offense. Personal foul on the defense. Offsetting, replay the down, 2nd down.
So the ball will come back to the 47-yard line, and Dennis Erickson looks at it and says, shoot. Bobby Bowden on the other side looks at it and says, shoot.
It took a good play away from the Hurricanes, so it really actually benefits FSU, even though offsetting penalties.
Ken Alexander leaves the defensive alignment for Florida State. Stephen McGuire checks back in for Miami. Horace Copeland's almost lined up offside for Miami. They run it. And on 2nd and 5, that's a gain of a yard. It'll be 3rd down and 4.
Take a look at the offensive line for the Hurricanes. We said it'd be critical. Little draw play. The hole is there for a second, but it closes up very quickly.
Well, we thought that Messrs. Freeman and Footman would be huge factors in this ball game for Florida State, but really they haven't been, have they?
No sacks.
Third down, and it goes to 5. Coretta pops it up, and there's nobody there. Closest man was number 8, Corey Sawyer, as the intended receiver for Miami broke off the pattern underneath, and it was not an orange shirt in the neighborhood. And so it's a bit of a wobbly start for the Canes offense. Coretta's now 0 for his last 6, and they'll have to punt it away. Florida State special teams very prominent so far in this ballgame. See what Corey Sawyer can do with this one. Good kick by Snyder. And he slipped a little bit. Fumble. Miami dives for the ball. And the man in the striped shirt down there says Florida State has it. But they will be backed up, a 47-yard punt. There's the ball loose.
A punt is 47 yards.
Tommy Henry covered it.
Did you tell your boss you're quitting?
No, I'm telling him on Monday.
Got any plans yet?
A few.
No celebrity spokesman.
I'm opening a restaurant.
No beach volleyball games.
How about another Heineken?
No lengthy description of the brewing process. None of that is what made Heineken the #1 imported beer in America.
You got that steady paycheck? Oh, yeah. I got a few bucks put away.
So you want to own a restaurant?
No, what I really want to do is be a relief pitcher.
More than 1 million of you have gotten to know Geo, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced. Get to know Geo at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know.
In developing a completely new car, the possibilities are endless. At Geo, we brought all the pieces together beautifully. The newest Geo, Geo Prism, coming soon to your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
In a world of constant change, there is one certainty: the financial strength of the rock. The Prudential, rock solid.
Hitachi. Oh, wait, that's my phone.
I'll connect you now.
Bonjour, here are the drawings. Looks good from here.
Hello.
Okay, thanks.
Goodbye. Take care.
Au revoir.
Hitachi makes digital communication systems and 20,000 other amazing products. Hitachi.
#1 Washington tackles Pac-10 rival USC. Or in the Big Ten, Iowa meets 4th-ranked Michigan. It's game 2 of an ABC college football doubleheader next.
That's about a 14-mile-an-hour wind waffling the fronds of the palms as we go into 13 minutes to go in the third quarter. And Florida State's first possession of the half. The ball is marked just beyond the 9-yard line. Officially, they say 10, but actually the nose of the ball appears to be touching the 9 hash mark. And the nose come up with Sean Jackson lined up behind Charlie Ward. Ward almost fell down coming off the snap. Now he gets some heat and takes a lick behind the line of scrimmage, and that's 4 times he has been decked. He fumbled the ball, and Miami's got it. Darren Klein comes out of there with it. So the big guy from Aurora, Colorado, who's played a tough game all day, comes out with Ward's fumble, and it's a glorious opportunity for Miami.
Well, the receivers are covered to the left side. The key coming in, we said, was the offensive line play. Ward stumbles, and then I think it's Patrick coming from the left side initially that's going to chase him out and knock the ball loose. Kevin Patrick playing for Medeiros, and the other defensive end, Krein, recovers the ball.
Those two big guys have been terrific all day, Patrick and Krein. McGuire opens in the backfield behind Torretta. Whistles, and as Torretta stood up to change his play, Florida State wired, all anxious, moved too soon.
Offside on the defense.
And across from half the distance. So from the 5, that ball's going to go down 2.5 yards. 10-10 tie, and Miami trying to untie it right here. McGuire is hit behind the line of scrimmage. A brilliant play by Charles Simpson, defensive end for Florida State. I mean, he was in that backfield before you could take a look. Ross is back to the 5. That takes care of the running. Left side, right between the guard and the tackle. We're talking about the offensive line. So there was no communication between the guard and the tackle. 78 was Vickers. The tackle had to come down and block Simpson. There was no communication, and it didn't get done. So it's second down and goal from the 5. That's all. Pass was incomplete, and ended for Donnell Banks. But Christian Abrams, the key there, was the defender of Florida State. So it is third down. Here's Kennedy throw here. Because it's going to benefit his arm to a running back. It's not used now in that fighting position very often. And it was a good throw. A little bit lower at that step. Aaron Williams goes up. Running back to the ball. On third down and goal to the 5. He's the wide out out of the good. Comes the other way. It is low. Incomplete. They got something perfect for interference over here. That's no call on the play. We get the mark on the close call. The official. Now do you go for the play stick or do you try to put it in the end zone? You can't get it in the first 3. You don't go for 4. You got to get 3 points. That's a big disappointment for the Hurricanes and a big boost after that fumble for FSU. Well, it was really, again, a very poor series for Miami. Just ragged. Torretta 0 of 8. Now, going back into the first half, this is last 8 throws. Timeout called by Miami. So they're still screwed up and they have to burn a timeout.
If you depend on your truck to last, here's news you should never forget. Of all the Chevy trucks built in the last 10 years, over 98% are still going strong. That's more than Ford, more than Toyota, more than Nissan. Over the years, no other truck is that dependable, foreign or domestic. Only Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
The temperature never drops below Zerex. That's very important to remember, especially at a time like this, when it's very deserted and very cold. Ah, you did remember Zerex Antifreeze. The temperature never drops below Zerex.
Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient Paul, we're guaranteed 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere.
Excuse me, you're the owner of this place?
Yeah, I'm one of them.
So you could buy any laser printer you wanted, huh?
We bought an HP LaserJet printer.
But you could have bought any laser printer.
Yeah. Why?
Ah, just for the novelty of it?
I got enough novelty around here.
But isn't buying an HP LaserJet sort of like a, no-brainer?
Nah, I think it's kind of like a brainer.
HP LaserJet printers. If it isn't a LaserJet, it's only a laser printer.
All right, now they've got the full complement of people on the field for Pruitt's 22-yard field goal try and the effort to untie it. They only had 10 men a while ago, and that's why they burned the timeout. Snap's good. Always good. Kicks up. He missed it. He just almost smelled it coming, didn't he? That whole series was just absolutely a mess.
Well, last week, the Hurricanes barely beat Arizona right here on this field, and Pruitt missed 2 very makeable field goals. He's replacing Carlos Huerta, who was an outstanding place kicker for 4 years for the Hurricanes. That's a big, big giveaway right there for the Hurricanes. Snap is good. Hold is good. He just misses it. Last year it was the Seminole who had field goal problems, and this year it's the Hurricanes. But, you know, the kickers play such an important role, Keith, in a close game down to the wire. Neither one of these guys has any confidence right now.
Ball comes out to the 20, first down Florida State. Ward throws wildly into the bench, and it is incomplete, intended for Matt Fryer.
Take a look at the Florida State possessions in the first half. They started out with an interception. Actually, their first chance was a kickoff return for a touchdown, and the last one was a field goal.
Pressure on Ward, flushes him back into the stack, and down he goes. That's 5 times that he's been taken down behind the line of scrimmage. And that number 46 is involved again. Damon Bethel's in there helping flush. And the shotgun business, the ball's not coming back all that well sometimes when they're in the shotgun. That one was low, but it was pressure from that looping defensive end that caused that play. Ryan and Patrick played well. Patrick's got him back on the 5. Kevin Patrick. That's 6 on Ward.
You think Rusty Medeiros is not smiling at this point back in Doctor's Hospital watching this ball game? Patrick is playing in for Medeiros on the right side of your screen. He just gets around Stevenson. And Charlie Ward is not an easy man to bring down. What's that, 6 sacks, did you say?
In the punt, it's Wimberly. Wimberly's left knee buckled on him for a weird sort of a thing that resulted in 16 yards the last time we saw him kick it, but this time he airmailed it. Kevin Williams, looking for a little daylight on the sideline, was taken down at the 48-yard line of Florida State. And we get a bit of a ruckus on the sideline. That's a 52-yard punt, a 9-yard return. but they extricate the player from the Miami sideline without further abuse. And here's Jack.
Keith, that missed field goal is almost a self-fulfilling prophecy for Coach Dennis Erickson. At halftime, that was the only complaint he had to his team. The fact that the kicking game was atrocious. He said, if we don't bring it up a notch, we're going to lose. On the other hand, in the Florida State Seminoles locker room, what Bobby Bowden talked about was one thing real simple. What Kirk Carruthers said last year. FSU thinks sometimes they'll win the game. Miami knows they'll win the game.
On first down from the 48, Torretta throws to Lamar Thomas. He's got a couple of blocks out there, but there's very good recovery by Marvin Jones. The gain on the play is no more than 5 yards because of Jones.
It's an outstanding play by the All-American. Thomas looks like he's, I don't know whether he has a cramp or what, but he's still down.
Hot, humid day, timeout for Lamar Thomas. We go to John.
Keith, as you know, former Clemson coach Danny Ford is helping out his buddy Joe Kynes as an offensive consultant. Well, they needed him on defense, though. Garrison Hurst, 12 yards, and Arkansas just can't tackle. He gets to the end zone. Georgia leads it 10-3. Keith.
You know, that Garrison Hurst must be a pretty good running back, huh? Seen him do that a lot lately. Here's the play in which Thomas is hurt. Like it hit him right on the knee.
Kicked, yeah, right there at the beginning.
He's walking off, though. Looks like he'll be all right. 10 minutes and 2 seconds to go in the third quarter. A 10-10 tie. Miami was down there first and goal at the 5, and they get nothing out of it. Now they're knocking on the door again as they possess the ball at the 44-yard line, where it's second down and 6. It is the 5th Miami possession to start in Florida State territory. Normally, you'd think Miami would have 3 or 4 touchdowns.
They've only scored on 2 of the previous 4 times they've been in.
Toretta's pass down the middle is off the chest of a limping Kevin Williams. Hit him right on the numbers, and he just did not reel it in.
And it was good coverage. He had good pass protection that time. But Bush, number 11, just knocked the ball away.
I don't know. I don't see the will for the moment that is always marked of the Miami team. It's distracted almost, aren't they?
Disruptive defenses, Keith, can do that. There's a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks and a lot of tight coverage in the secondary.
And a lot of that coverage is man. Here comes the pressure. Torretta gets it away. Thomas has got a chance at it. And it is incomplete. Defending on the play is Tommy Henry for Florida State. John Davis, the strong safety who has blitzed a half a dozen times, was coming like a house of fire again. And he put a lick on Gino Torretta.
Well, they had 6 men coming. That means 5 are left to cover in the secondary. And that's Henry right there. He didn't see the ball as soon as Thomas did. But I think that's a good no call.
Miami is now 1 out of 10 on third down conversions. That snap comes bouncing back to the punter. But he gets it out of there and gets a good bounce, and it's gone. Did he knock it into the end zone, or is it dead? He knocked it into the end zone. He knocked it in. Miami clear.
Well, the momentum of the ball was going to take it in. They were trying to knock it back out. They just did not keep it out.
That was close. So Florida State gets a break and gets the ball out to the 20.
You're right.
Yeah,
as long the ball, once the ball breaks the plane of the goal line, it's a touchback.
Yep. They left it alone, it might have come out here.
It may have come back. You're right.
Whatever. 20-yard line, first down for Florida State.
It's a big difference for that offensive team, I'll tell you.
Oh, yes. Ward bootlegs it, throws it, has a man Fryer. It's intercepted, picked off by Paul White. Paul White has blocked a field goal try and intercepted a pass. So he's having a pretty good day.
This ball is just going to be underthrown a little bit, but White makes a good play out of it. Charlie Ward, play action, outside the pocket, all kinds of time now. Why throw on the run? Why not set your state? Because Fryer was behind the man. He throws on the run instead of stopping and making sure you get all of your weight and your direction going in the right place.
So one play, and the Florida State defense is back on the field. You're going to wear them out if you keep up this pace. Give the ball to the running back, McGuire. And from the 49, picks up 3. 6 times now, Miami has possessed the ball to start a series in Florida State territory, and they have scored once.
Second and 7.
Second down, long 7 as Pinnock comes into the backfield.
Reverse.
Number 95, Carl Simpson, right there, takes Torretta down.
They've had problems with Simpson all day long. Not only Footman and Freeman, but Simpson has been right there. He sacked Torretta 3 times in last year's game. Take a look at the offensive line, the right side of it. Right there, Barber 60 pulls and nobody covers for him. The center is late getting there, and Simpson is just too quick off the ball. That's just poor communication in the offensive line. That's one of the problems for the Hurricanes the past couple of games.
Ball comes back to the Miami 46 now after Simpson's play. And it's 3rd down and 15. Lamar Thomas can't get to it. So they are 1 for 11 in 3rd down conversions. And they'll punt.
Well, both teams came in defensively very tough on 3rd down conversions, Keith, and they're living up to it here today.
Torretta is 1 of his last 12 passes. Snyder to punt. Sawyer to return. 7th punt of the day. Good one. High hanger. And Sawyer down on the knee to make the catch. Back at the 17-yard line. And there Florida State will go to work in a 10-10 tie. Here's John.
Keith, Boston College in West Virginia and BC fighting their way back. That great running back tandem, and Dwight Shirley, one of them. 7 yards, high stepping for the touchdown. They lead by 7. Keith.
Yeah, BC's got Penn State down the road. They're kind of lucky in a way, I guess, if we could call anything lucky. They're off next week. Penn State plays Miami in Happy Valley, and then BC comes to town. I don't think BC's ever won, have they?
I don't think they've ever been.
There's nothing there. Maybe a couple of yards for Tiger McMillan. He's a 180-pounder. And the clock running at 7:25. Next Saturday, you got Miami up in the middle of the state of Pennsylvania against the unbeaten Nittany Lions. And if you remember, they had a pretty good scuffle down here in the Orange Bowl, a game we did last year. Bob and I will be up there with you along with our folks at noon Eastern time. Now, 9 on the West Coast. 2nd down and 8. McMillan again gets 2 more.
Defenses are just dominating. There's a look at Crine, the defensive end. Miami's had the ball 4 times in the second half, 3 plays and out each time. And one of those plays, they got on the Florida State 5-yard line, missed a field goal.
I'll tell you what, right now, if something terribly dramatic doesn't happen, I'm going to vote for Crine and Patrick. Both. We'll call it Crine Patrick. 3rd down and 4. Ward sets up, gets heat, throws, good. Pass is caught by Jim Patterson. No, William Floyd, the fullback. William Floyd, number 44, is a fullback by trade, but because of injuries and the paucity of personnel at tight end, William Floyd goes up and plays that position.
Well, he came into the ball game with no receptions on the year. Remember, we showed you a graphic earlier. 85% of the tosses this year had gone to wide receivers. Floyd makes his first catch today.
Your crowd is 77,338, sixth largest ever for Miami. Ward bootlegged it, kept it, looking for Fryer, goes underneath to the short man, pass caught by Kevin Knox. That is the first time Knox has seen the ball today, and he picks up about 6 yards.
Jesse Augustine credited with the tackle. Gain is 7, second and 3.
Here's Jack.
Keith, Florida State linebacker Derek Brooks is in the locker room right here. He's suffering from dehydration. They've added IVs. I'll tell you more about it in a minute because it's very, very interesting.
On second down and 3, Ward throws to the sidelines, pass complete to 33 McMillan. He's got a first down and then some, all the way down to the Miami 40. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, Keith, what the problem is happening only on the Florida State sidelines is all of the players are coming off suffering severe cramping effects. It's what the coaches were concerned about. That's why they brought all the cooling material. They are very concerned that their team may wilt, literally fall in the humidity here. Remember, it's not as humid in Tallahassee as it is, Bob Griese, as you know, down here in Miami.
Yeah, well, the defense ain't hearing you, Jack, because the defense is playing a heck of a game.
I always thought it was pretty humid in Tallahassee. 41-yard line. Ward sets, looks, throws down the middle. He's finding his people now. He's hit Knox 2 in a row. Down at the 25-yard line. I don't know about the football players, Wilson, but I know I am.
Play is good for 16 yards.
Take a look at the pass protection, the offensive line. Charlie Ward, double team there on Caesar, 99. Finds a spot, zone coverage, just get between the linebackers.
This is what Ward will do for you. He'll all of a sudden, everything will click. Before you know it, he's got you hooked. John Jackson's in, Ward goes again, throws it very hard, and Knox had no chance to catch that ball. None. He's lucky he didn't break 3 fingers.
Good point, Keith. The blitz, Charlie Ward fired and saw it coming.
Second and 10.
At the conclusion of today's game, Chevrolet most valuable player from each team. I'm going to vote 2 for Miami. For the 22nd year through the Chevy Scholarship Program, $1,000 donated to the General Scholarship Fund of each school. 22 years for Chevrolet's participation. Second down and 10. A lot of time for Charlie Ward. I mean, a bunch of time. There's a penalty flag thrown, though. John Jackson made that catch coming out of the backfield, so they kind of switch signals here, start throwing with the backs a little bit.
On the tackle. The gain was 5 yards.
Illegal shift on the offense.
5 yards, back them up. Time remaining third quarter, 4:36. You saw the Boston College West Virginia score. And of course that has some meaning for Miami because Boston College and West Virginia's down the road for them.
Toretta has kind of cooled it. Charlie Ward has come on. What you don't see are the 6 sacks that the Hurricanes have got on Charlie Ward here today.
I mean, the offenses on both sides need to be opening the door for the defenses the rest of the season.
That's for sure.
After this game. McMillan's the running back. Ward gave it to him. And he runs into number 45, Darren Smith.
Brought down by Darren Smith. Gain was 2.
And he puts the ball down at the 28-yard line.
Third down at 13. Number 28.
So make it third down and 13 for Florida State.
Miami very good on third down situations here too. Good teams, good defenses, tough on third down.
Man front. I don't look blitz. But they pop through the middle, pass the ball to Vanover, and he gets loose for a moment. But he is well short of the first down as they take him down at the 20. And it'll be fourth down, and here comes Dan Mowry.
Completion is 8 yards.
That Vanover's got a chance to be a pretty exciting player, doesn't he?
He does, and it's almost which kicker is going to come out of his slump and make the first field goal here.
Maury trying to untie it for the Seminoles. Got it away and made it. Number 4, White, almost blocked that kick for Miami. Looked like Paul White had the ball go right between his arms.
Are you guys having it your way? They're entranced they're having it their way so much.
I love this place.
Look, all 4 of them are staring. No, you can't have any. If you want some breakfast, you have to go to Burger King. You can't have mine.
It's breakfast at Burger King.
No, get off. You see, George Rich was like, give me that. Liquor sandwich for 99 cents? Does that sound like a good deal to you, Abe? Yeah, man, it sounds like a peachy deal to me. Abe's a smart man.
The 99-cent per sandwich.
Hey, you guys having it your way?
Right away.
They love this place.
Riding these bumps is not good for my lunch. Bouncing my...
Every hour, we select a Chevy Cavalier to take a memorable trip at the factory over a very sophisticated bumpy road. We call it the Squeak and Rattle Track, and it's one man's job to test Cavaliers and find problems before they get to you. It's a rough job, but someone's got to do it. Surprised that Chevy has a road, a test, and a man like this? You shouldn't be. What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
When you don't have to send your package overnight, you can save yourself a bundle.
What a difference a day makes.
2-day priority mail service
24 little hours.
from your post office. Send up to 2 pounds in just 2 days for just $2.90. That's right. That's some difference.
What a difference a day makes. We deliver for you.
There are the numbers on your scoring drive. And Maury's 38-yarder puts the Florida State Seminoles to the lead by 3. And Kevin Williams now shows up on the return team. He and Jonathan Darrell Spencer are back there waiting for the kick.
Kevin Williams got a little bit of a sprained ankle. He's probably not at 100%.
Looks like they're going to pooch it again. Pop it up. Keep it away from them. Not let those deep people, those speed burners, have a shot at it. That's what they do. Very high and dropping back is number 83. The fair catch. It's the same man that did it before, Dietrich Clausel. And Miami will take over the ball, first down at the 24-yard line. The American Red Cross Disaster Relief phone number, and this includes assistance for Florida, Louisiana, and Hawaii. The number's there, 1-800-842-2200. So if you'd like to make a contribution to assist in the recovery of all of the natural disasters this year, Florida, Louisiana, and Hawaii, we encourage you to do so. Stephen McGuire. The one back now for Miami on first down from the 24. Toretta lets her fly for Copeland, and it is intercepted by Corey Sawyer. That's number 5.
That's Sawyer's 5th interception on the year, Keith. As you mentioned, he had 3 against North Carolina State. Frustration right here. Miami coming out. It's a little pump, a hitch and go. Pump and let it fly. And Sawyer, number 8, who's just a sophomore, plays it all the way. The ball's thrown to the outside. Copeland had gone inside, and Sawyer held on to it long enough for the interception.
And Toretta is one of his last 13.
And the last 7 possessions, it's been 3 plays and out. Right here. Go back to the first half. That's just the second half possessions. You go back and pick up 2 more in the first half. The last 7 possessions, nothing.
From the 35-yard line, some hard running here by Sean Jackson. And picks up a first down.
Stopped by Riley Sigler. Gain is 10 yards. And FSU first down.
Now here comes that familiar chant. It belonged at the beginning and always to Florida State. Folks up, partisans of the Atlanta Braves made heavy use of it a year ago.
What did we hear? 8,000 tickets for FSU this week?
11,000.
11,000.
Ward hands the ball to Jackson. He's got a profit. Jesse Armstead was the first profit. And other folks, including 290-pound Mark Caesar, arrived on the scene, and the ever-present Kevin Patrick was in the neighborhood as well.
Offensive line, straight blocking, all of them. That's Caesar, 99, that gets around and forced him to come back. And now Armstead, when you start running sideways against a team that has as much speed and quickness as Miami, you're in trouble.
So it's second down, 13 now. The ball rests back at the 42. McMillan, the backfield. Ward looking, throws a little drop-off pass to Tamarick Hanover.
At the last minute, you know. We paid for this.
And Vanover will have about 4 yards. Time winding down in the third quarter now as we come up on 1:15 to go. It's 13-10, Florida State leading. And that's Bobby Bowden pacing the sideline. And across the way, doing the same thing, Dennis Erickson. The ball is at the 49, where it is third down and 6. Charlie Ward back, has time, lets it fly for Vanover. He can't get it. It's incomplete, and it'll be fourth down.
Well, if you like shutouts and if you like defensive football, you're seeing it here today. I mean, not a lot of points on the board, a lot of defensive plays. We talked about the beginning of the game. The offense gets all the attention, all the bells and the whistles and the slogans and the nicknames, but it's the defense that has the hammer here today.
And there have been some sensational defensive plays. Boy, oh boy. Really have. Wembley to punt. Williams won't mess with it. The ball is knocked out of bounds at about the 21-yard line. So that's where Miami will get it at their own 21. Miami offense has just been awful through this whole second half so far. Monday night, the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys, and that's a double six-gun square off at the corral.
You talk about two undefeated teams going right at each other. How about the Eagles losing Keith Jackson?
Well, I think the NFL is in for some interesting days. That'll be at 9 Eastern Time on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. Toretta's pass. Williams goes up and gets it. Didn't give Williams a chance to run with it. He had to come back for it. And the little man, Williams, takes a whacking from the big man, Jones, Marvin Jones. So the gain on the play is about 7. Put it on the 28-yard line where it is second down. Could be the last snap of the third quarter. This is Stephen McGuire for the first down. And the quarter's over. We got 15 minutes to go. And the Seminoles lead 13-10, and now the four fingers of Miami. That says we own the fourth quarter. We'll see after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Work your Chevy truck to the bone, and what does it get you?
Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a million, felt like number one. Like a rock.
It gets you the best resale value of any full-size truck in the business. The best.
Like a rock.
Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Most people know State Farm sells car and homeowners insurance. Some people don't know State Farm sells life insurance, too. I'm State Farm agent Cecil Burt. Our life insurance policies, our prices, and our financial ability to deliver on our promises, plus the good neighbor service State Farm agents are famous for, It made State Farm one of the largest of all life insurance companies and an outstanding life insurance value.
State Farm sells life insurance.
Tuesday, Hayden meets a future recruit.
When I grow up, I'm gonna play for Minnesota State.
That's great, Hayden.
I mean, I know you'll be dead.
Coach, Tuesday.
Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the elegant new J30. A classic luxury sedan in an infinity kind of way. A driver's car with 2 airbags, soft leather appointments, and tasty wood. Hey, pal, don't you even think about it. The new J30 from Infinity.
If you'd been in Florida 94 years, saving more people more money on more things than any other store, how would you celebrate your anniversary? The mind boggles.
Monday nights at 8, count on Sports Monday. Washington, Miami, and FSU battle over bragging rights. Who's #1 now? With Steve Alvarez and a 10 team. Then at 8:30, Coach Shula's sideline secrets. How does Coach feel about Buffalo? And what's the game plan against Houston? A Sports 10 triple shot Monday on the one and only 10. Reporter Connie Hicks joins Jane Whitney Tuesday at midnight, only on 10.
Well, Miami has the ball. They've held up their 4 fingers. They are trailing by 3 points, 13-10 to Old Foe, Florida State. So it is now put up time. McGuire goes in motion. That gives them 4 wideouts. And Toretta's pass is away and incomplete. You had 2 receivers in the same neighborhood, Bell and Thomas. Bell got his hands on it, but couldn't hold it.
Third quarter stats almost identical. Take a look at the total yards, 195 to 196 for both teams. Passing yards about the same. Rushing yards not doing as well as the throwing. First downs in favor of FSU. 6 sacks, though, for Miami against Charlie Ward. None against Toretta.
It has been a day for the defense.
They've let the big dog hunt.
Toretta trying to surprise him with a little pop up the middle, but very little out of it. Carl Simpson stopped it. And now here's John Saunders.
Keith, what a job Barry Alvarez has done for Wisconsin. His only loss in his last 6 games was to #1 Washington. Here, Brett Moss goes in for the touchdown. His 2nd of the game, and right now, Wisconsin, the Badgers with the lead, 17-10 over Ohio State. Keith.
Boy, that would blow some doors off, wouldn't it? Wisconsin beat Ohio State. Barry Alvarez putting it together up in Madison. Back goes Toretta. 3rd down. They're 1 of 11. Finally breaks the string. Darrell Spencer is the man that caught the ball, and that will get him off the hook. That puts him into a 2 for 12.
Big catch by Spencer, too, Keith. Double covered, and Toretta had to go to him, needed him, and he caught the ball and a first down. This is the first drive in 8 drives where they made a first down.
Final quarter just starting, the 4th quarter. Florida State 13 and Miami 10. Toretta's pass, good. Bell's going to have about 8 yards as he gets to the 44-yard line of Florida State. Red Raiders are giving the Aggies all they want today, too, aren't they?
Gain is 7 yards. 2nd down and 3.
Horace Copeland has come off the field. Chris Jones is in there, number 85. That's a fresh pair of legs. On 2nd and short, let's see if they send him deep.
Checking off.
Nope. Go to McGuire. McGuire trying for the first down, and he won't get it. Big 95 is in there. And so is number 18, John Davis, the ever-present John Davis.
Brought down by Davis.
McGuire has 11 carries and 24 yards, so the Miami running game has not been particularly productive today either. But the people that they're going up against are pretty good crowd. It's a posse. 3rd and 2.
Here they come.
Passes away, and as Williams looks back, the ball arrives, and he can't react to it, and Miami will punt. Beretta had no choice but to let it go quickly, and Williams couldn't adjust to it.
They're all coming, blitzing. Here we are right here. Just going to get a little man on the outside. If he can get him the ball, he might be able to run. Linebackers are blitzing. If he could have caught that ball, could have been a chance to run with it. Good defense, pressure defense, forcing offensive players to make plays.
Snyder's punt. Fair catch, arm wave back at the 12-yard line by Corey Sawyer. And that's where Florida State will have it, leading by 13-10.
So you're actually putting money away.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I've changed. Especially since the baby.
Dad'd be real proud. So where do you have your savings in?
I've been savings.
What kind of savings?
The bank.
Want to do me a favor? Talk to my broker, Payne Weber. You can probably manage that money a lot better than the bank.
This is my savings we're talking about here. I mean, how's a broker supposed to know what I need?
Well, ask.
Hitachi. They make, Oh, great shot. Now, what was I saying?
Hitachi makes camcorders and 20,000 other products worth celebrating. Hitachi.
Imagine a rent-a-car company that offers special delivery right to your door. That's Enterprise.
Here, let me help you.
Enterprise, a special rent-a-car company that gives you special delivery.
More than 1 million of you have gotten to know Geo, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced. Get to know Geo at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know you.
In developing a completely new car, the possibilities are endless. At Geo, we brought all the pieces together beautifully. The newest Geo, Geo Prism, coming soon to your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Philly. The Cowboys are coming to test the Eagles' might. Division rivals rumble here on Monday night.
Florida State backed up on their own 12-yard line, and Miami kids out on the field trying to get the crowd more involved with it. The crowd tends to go a little quiet in a defensive ball game, and they have.
It sure does, Keith.
13-yard line, call it. Tiger McMillan is the one back for the Seminoles. And Ward still got it, with Crine looking for him, and McCorvey trying to make a catch off the fingers, and not good. I think Charlie Ward's getting sick and tired of looking at Darren Crine and Kevin Patrick. I don't blame him. They both have mayhem on their mind, and they both weigh 250 pounds.
Well, the adrenaline of the first quarter, the first couple of series has worn off these players, and fatigue is starting to set in. We'll see who wins this fourth quarter. Probably who wins it will win the ball game.
Ward is now 13 of 28 for 150 yards. He's had 2 picked off. He hands the ball away this time to McMillan, and McMillan is in the grasp of Mark Caesar, number 99, and he ain't going anywhere because that's a 290-pound anchor right there.
No game.
You got that fella wrapped around your ankles. You got a pretty good hobble, don't you?
Straight blocking up front. Nothing over there. Tries to get back, and Caesar sees it and gets back for the tackle.
So it's 3rd and 10. They're playing field position football right now. Ward ducks away, still ducking away, and finally they get him up around the 17. Charlie didn't go easy, but they did stop him short of the first down.
Great effort by Ward. He was sacked about 4 times. Got out, got some yardage, but not enough. Take a look at the defensive line rush. Patrick loops to the inside. Nobody blocks him. Had a free shot at his 4th sack. And Ward, with his quickness, gets back across the line of scrimmage, and finally Darren Smith with the tackle.
Wimberly to punt. Jonathan Harris is deep. Pressure on that punt. There's a flag. He got the kicker. Paul White going for the block. Got the kicker. The referee threw the flag right at him and bringing home back. First down, Florida State.
On the defense.
Huge play right there.
From the left side. Paul White, number 4. No, I don't see anything there. I don't see anything there.
Wasn't much. I guess he did hit him a little bit.
Where did he hit him?
I don't know.
Maybe his foot kicked him in the knee or something, but
defense, 5 yards to be a first down.
The point is, Keith, the inability of Ericsson's offense to create anything has forced him to try and make something happen on special teams. And now you give him a possession. That's like a turnover. You give the ball back to Florida State.
The nation's longest win streak at 21 in a row in Division I is on the line here by Miami. They've won 47 in a row here in the Orange Bowl. Ward keeps it. Lets it go, and it's good to Floyd. William Floyd, the fullback tight end, makes an over-the-shoulder catch. What a big play that is. Advantage Florida State. Another look.
This is a turnover. This is like a turnover. Go back to the block, the punt that was almost blocked. See if his foot hits him at all.
Hit the foot on the ground, not the kicking foot.
Yeah, it's a pretty close call. It is a turnover and gives life to the FSU offense.
First down at the Miami 49. Pass is completed to Floyd again. And he's all the way down to the 30. And so William Floyd, who expected to play fullback, is now playing tight end and has suddenly become a persona dramatis. He's out now, and Lonnie Johnson comes back at tight end. First down for the Noles at the Miami 30-yard line. Charlie Ward throws down the middle, passes caught by Clyde Allen. Clyde Allen down at the 20. The ball comes out, and Miami has recovered it. 56 gets up slowly. Michael Farrell, he was down on the bottom of the pile-up. Darren Smith, 45, was running around with the ball.
The number 20 is Allen. He's going to be wide open in the middle of the field. Shallow receivers, Fryer, wide open. Now watch 45. Smith, he's going to knock the ball loose and recover it. That's Darren Smith.
Yep, big play there. So turn it around and go the other way. First down Miami from the 21. An offense that has been very ineffective much of this ball game. Daniel Ferguson, the true freshman, is in the backfield right now for Miami. Toretta's pass bounced into the ground. Intended for Kevin Williams.
Pass protection, a problem all year long. At McIntosh, 94. Didn't get the sack, but he forced Toretta to throw it before he was ready to throw.
So Ferguson stays in at the running back position. A year ago, he was playing high school ball with Bob Greasy's son, Brian. Second down and 10. Toretta's pass is not intercepted. I don't know. Well, it was a bullet, and Corey Fuller suddenly had it right in his eyes, and he just couldn't close on it. He gave it a tussle, but lost it. That was 6 points easy.
Here he is right here. The route is just going to be down and out, and the corner is just going to drop back, see the coverage, see the quarterback, and drop out to the outside coverage. Dangerous throw. Torretta now 13 of 37 at 176 yards.
During the crowd, it was intended for Coleman Bell, and there were 3 white shirts there. West Virginia and Boston College tie at 44. BC's off a week, and then they get Penn State the week after the Lions have played Miami at State College. 9 punts now with this one for Paul Snyder. Sawyer back. Snyder's averaging 41, roughly 41.5 yards per punt. Didn't get it to turn over. Give Sawyer a little room. Caught from behind. But it's a pretty good return of 18 yards after a 39-yard punt. And Florida State's playing on the Miami side of the field now in the 4th quarter. And even 10 minutes to go in the game. And the Noles are leading 13-10.
This isn't your typical car commercial. There's no beautiful scenery, no winding roads. Hey, there's not even a car. But there is news. Geo is lowering prices on the Metro Coupe, sedan, and the XFI. So now the car that gets the highest gas mileage in America also has one of the lowest prices, which is pretty beautiful, even without pictures. Get to know Geo Metro at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
He doesn't have a typical job.
I'm not a criminal. Or buy a watch.
And he isn't your traditional father.
What about the check you didn't pay?
The waiter knows me. I got an account here.
But if you catch him at the right moment...
Hold up! I got $100 shoes here!
Even a guy like Bernie LaPlante...
Who?
Bernie? ...can be a hero.
Are you Bernard LaPlante, sir?
Call me Bernie.
Hero.
Mom! It's my father!
A comedy for our times. Rated PG-13. At theaters now.
Every business morning, while the rest of the world is getting up, UPS is guaranteeing overnight delivery before 10:30 for far less than other companies charge. And every business morning, more people are waking up to that fact.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Since the start of the 1983 season, as you'll see here, Miami has run up an awesome record. They were looking to make it an even 100 today, but that matter is very much in doubt right now.
Well, they've won 2 championships in the last 3 years and 4 in the last 9 years since that 83 season.
Well, there's 10 minutes to play, but right now, Mo seems to be wearing a white shirt. Florida State with the ball on the Miami 42-yard line. Ward gives the ball to Tiger McMillan. And McMillan's got the first down. He picks up about 13 yards on the carry to put the ball at the 29 of Miami. First down, we check in with John.
Boston College in West Virginia, 28 seconds left. David Gordon, 42-yard attempt, and it's blocked by the Mountaineers. As a result, after a Hail Mary, the game remains tied. It's a final. Both teams stay undefeated. Back to you, Keith.
And right here, we've got 2 unbeatens, but looks like one of them may be headed for a lost column. Here's Charlie Ward now checking off, changing his play.
He sees the blitz coming. He's checking off.
Yep. Miami's still blitzing. He gets the pass away, and it is incomplete, intended for Matt Pryor. Pryor got it on his fingertips, but could never put it away under the pressure of Ryan McNeil.
Keith, the inability of the Miami offense has now forced the Miami team on special teams and here on defense to blitz and try to make something happen.
You can also get burned. Ooh-wee.
That's for sure.
Marley is in. Rowan Marley, number 2. He's the man that's going to go hunting for the Charlie Ward. And Darren Smith comes over to knock Tiger McMillan out of bounds just before he picks up a first down.
It's been a very effective play all day, as you see Caesar on the ground. Back swinging out of the backfield. Charlie Ward hitting him late.
Timeout for Caesar, who has played a pretty good football game. He's been in the middle of the melee all day. Coming up next here on ABC Sports, doubleheader around the country for all of you. Out west, you've got #1 Washington against Southern California. Big game in the Pac-10. In the Midwest, you've got #4 Michigan at home with Iowa. You're going to have one free game on television, if you so choose, through pay-per-view and your local cable operator's cooperation. You can order up the other game and watch them both. Here's where we are in this ball game as we await the injury report on Mark Caesar. 13-10 the score, and you can see that Torretta now has fallen well off of his pace, 14 out of 39.
Look at that bottom line, though, Keith. Miami, 12 of their 16 possessions have been 3 plays and out.
Caesar being helped from the field. It could be cramps. It could be just plain old-fashioned exhaustion.
Third quarter, Texas A&M 10, Texas Tech 7. Fourth quarter, Georgia 20, Arkansas 3.
Florida State now comes back to the ball at the 21-yard line, 3rd down and 2. Now they put 2 backs in the backfield. That looks more like the Bobby Bowden offense, doesn't it? They give it to the deep man, Floyd, William Floyd, and the Canes eat him up. So Florida State is now 3 for 15 on 3rd down conversions.
86 in the red jersey is Patrick. Play is inside. He slants to the inside, makes the initial hit, and then the rest of the attacking Hurricanes. And another field goal attempt for Maury.
41 yards this attempt.
Into some wind.
Blocked from 39, wide left 38, good from 22 and 38. This is to make it a 16-10 if he can pull it through there, and he did. 41-yarder is good. 9:05 to play. 16-10. Florida State leads Miami.
Take one and action. Hey, what's the best thing about breakfast at McDonald's?
Coffee.
Pour it out of the cup, it's steaming, it's dark and rich.
I pour it personally.
Coffee fresh?
Fresh brewed. Fantastic cup of coffee.
So what's the secret?
Arabica.
Oh, what's an Arabica?
Arabica beans.
Oh, the beans. And what else?
It's always fresh.
It just tastes good.
And they like to come in and talk with each other, and just like the small coffee shop long ago.
How much a coffee refill?
They're free. What you want is what you get.
It's guaranteed.
What's up?
Yeah.
In a world of constant change, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the rock. The Prudential, rock solid.
There is a sound that you can expect to hear in the triangle below Canal Street. It's the sound of German being spoken by those who make the art and those who are awed by it. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer in Tribeca, America, and the world.
It takes strength to go climbing 7 days a week.
The sun upon my skin, like a rock. Hard against the wind, like a rock.
That's why one compact pickup powers you with the biggest full-size V6 engine you can get. Only Chevy S10 Tahoe 4x4. Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
You see Mark Caesar there, sat down on the bench with his defensive teammates. They've re-wrapped his right ankle. Doc says he can play. 9:05 to go in the ball game. 16-10. Florida State leads Miami. Maury will kick it off. He's in position to hit that high pop-up pooch kick to keep it away from the speedsters. But he hits this one a little longer than he's hit the previous ones, and this gives Spencer a chance to take a hold of it. Get a block on the sidelines and turn on the jets. And a step or so from really burning them. So he got a little eager with his kick. Instead of forcing them into a fair catch ball, he gave Spencer a shot at it, and he brought it back across the 40-yard line. 77,338 the crowd today.
Torretta and who he's throwing to. Thrown the ball 37 or 38 times. 11 of them have been caught by wide receivers and not many to the running backs or tight ends. That's where they wanted to go with the ball. They just haven't been successful at it.
All right, first down from the 41. Torretta back. Throws a homer that is short, incomplete, intended for Coleman Bell. Toretta's knocked down again.
And that does take its toll on a quarterback, Keith. Even if he gets the ball off, if he's getting hit or knocked down each time he throws the ball or every other time, that registers. He remembers this. 5-step drop. Right there. Throws the ball. And that's Palmer, 56. Just say hello.
Second down and 10. Derek Brooks is back in the ball game after his bout with dehydration.
Go!
Try to run it. Nothing there. Draw play is. I don't know if I have ever seen a draw play work in the last 5 years against either one of these teams.
It all starts with the offensive line.
Yep.
And that time they were just pushed back into the backfield, Keith. That defensive line for Florida State just dominating. There was no place to go on that draw play.
Third down and 12. Takes off. Want to get his first down. Slides across midfield and goes down at the 46-yard line of Florida State, and that is a big play.
A very big play, Keith. That'll give some confidence to Torretta. He's not been throwing the ball well today. He didn't throw it well last week against Arizona. He said it was his worst game he ever played. Only 14 of 40 now, but when you run, you scramble, you help your team pick up a first down. Gives you a new set of downs.
That is the longest Miami rush of the day, too, incidentally. Of 13 yards. Pass thrown all the way across the field and caught by Donnell Bennett. And he shoved out of bounds after picking up 3 yards. So it's second down and 7 for the Canes. They've won 47 in a row here. They have a 21-game win streak. It's in jeopardy as Florida State leads 16-10, 7:41 to play in the game.
You know, Keith, when I was with the Dolphins from 71 to 74, we won 31 games in a row in this building, in this park. It really is the fans are close. It's like Fenway Park, the old Wrigley Field. They are really getting involved.
Hand off to McGuire. He'll get to the 41. That's a pickup of 2 yards. So here you are looking at that ever-present third down again. They've done very little on first down plays.
That's the key down, too. Anytime you want to, especially against a team that's so tough on third down. I would think this would be a 4-down area. If they don't make it here, they would go for it on 4th down.
They've got it. Coleman Bell makes the catch at the 33 of Florida State. Coleman Bell made a huge catch in last year's football game to keep a drive alive for Miami.
It was a struggle for both teams last year up in Tallahassee. It's been a struggle here today. The defense have dominated both last year and this year, and it was Coleman Bell who finally stood above the rest, made a tough catch late in the game to get the Hurricanes a big first down and continue their drive. No backs in the backfield.
Timeout called by Torretta. Didn't have what he wanted. Spins a timeout at 6:57 to go.
1993, you'll have over 500 new car models to choose from, and you can be pretty sure that most of them will cost more than they did last year. But this one won't. The Lumina Euro Sedan from Chevrolet. You'll find the features you're looking for, but you won't find a higher number on the sticker. This year's Lumina, last year's prices. Pretty ingenious, huh? What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
In 1908, one of the favorites in the great New York to Paris race was a motor car built by Siemens. That was then. This is now. Today, Siemens builds over 700 automotive products, from fuel injectors and microprocessors to halogen headlights. Siemens, creating technologies to keep America and the world moving in the right direction. Siemens, precision thinking.
We've got a bit of an edge with the driver we have. We've got the best driver out there. So it's a matter of the mechanics just not overlooking anything. Al and I stay in constant communication during the race. I have to be aware of what he wants or needs, you know, at all times. I think the small details are is what makes the difference between winning and running second.
Ibis and everybody else in the house trying to whoop it up for the home team here. Florida State leading 16-10. Miami owns the football. First down, just inside the 34. It'll be officially the 33-yard line of Florida State. Don't they have 12 people on the field?
Yeah, little mix-up. Substitution late.
Oh, boy. Hurry up. Get it away just in time. Put it up high. 100. Make the catch. Touchdown. Upland. Toretta is clobbered on the play. It's Lamar Thomas. Lamar Thomas is the hero under the pile. The coaching staff holding their breath as Toretta was really busted. He put it up in the air, and Lamar Thomas ran it down.
That's Abraham, the defensive back. Thomas is 6'3". Abraham is 5'9". The coaching staff knew that. They threw it up.
And Toretta's all right. He comes trotting off the field. 16-16 tie with 6 minutes to play in the ball game. Now enter the kicker, Mr. Pruitt. The score a year ago over in Tallahassee was 17-16. Lamar Thomas 5 for 76 now, and that big touchdown. Full open down the sidelines to make the catch at about, about 15 yards. He had him not run, didn't he?
He did, and he had the size on him, too. He had about 6 inches, maybe 7 inches. Thomas is a leaper. He tied for the Big East high jumping championship this past spring. He and Copeland tied for that honor.
I don't know what the officials are talking about.
I think it maybe have something to do with all the Hurricanes that ran on the field. I'm not sure. Yes.
Yep, that's what it was. Too much celebration.
Defensively, against Miami, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Well, that's a rule that just falls under. I mean, that's the thing that falls under that rule. What it was too much celebration.
Well, what happened was
run out on the field.
About 25 or 30 guys from the bench took off for the end zone, and that's the foul. There's no question about it.
Yep.
And it will be marked off on the ensuing kickoff. And that just gets Florida State closer to a possible game-winning field goal.
There's also a discussion here, Bob, about time that ran off the clock. because apparently the clock kept on running. No, they have got to try to sort this thing out. Before the touchdown play, David Burnson, according to the official folks, it was 6:57, and now it shows 5:55.
Please set the clock to 6:50.
There you go.
So we lost a minute, huh?
Yep. Clock operator, however, is part of the officiating crew, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Dennis Erickson not too happy about that penalty. His team is last in the Big 8 as far as yards penalized. Big East, I'm sorry, as far as yards penalized.
Well, as soon as they got the time back on the clock at 6:50. Now they got to try to figure out what to do with the ball, where they're going to put it down.
Well, and all this too is that young kicker Pruitt is out there thinking that it's a 16-all game, and I need to make this kick.
Well, they're going to put the ball down and assess the penalty on the kickoff. So he gets his shot at it from the 10-yard line, which is normal. Snyder will hold it. It's good. Miami has regained the lead. Poor boy, 17-16. Florida State had led 16-10, and then Miami gets the big play from Lamar Thomas. And we've got 6:50 left to play, and you've got USC Washington, Iowa, Michigan coming up.
Blitzing situation, man-to-man on the secondary.
Well, he took a pretty good lick, didn't he?
It was Alexander, the linebacker.
And here's what caused the penalty. Now, you see Thomas loping through the end zone. Now here comes all the celebration, and that's what triggered the flag and the penalty and the long discussion and the clock running and all of that.
The offsetting on a kickoff.
Now those guys were on the offense, but Holloman and all these guys, Shipman, those guys came from the bench. London, he's an offensive tackle. It took him a day and a half to get over there. He knows what's coming. He knows you can't leave the bench to celebrate.
Well, I think what Dennis was most worried about there was that they might ding him on his force his kicker back.
No, I think he knows the rules better than that.
I guess.
Yeah.
But
well, they're not moving him back yet because he's on the 35-yard line. They're forgetting. They need to move him back.
Yeah, they put the ball on the 35. But it should come. Ball needs to be backed up.
Well, let's set the scene here. Florida State does not need to take it the entire distance. We will be going into some wind. All they need is a field goal.
A lot of time.
And they've got almost 7 minutes to do it.
Assessed against Florida State. The two unsportsmanlike conduct penalties offset each other. Miami will kick off from the 35.
Now we're told that we have offsetting
unsportsmanlike conduct
penalties. Oh boy.
There is no foul for unsportsmanlike on Florida State. There's just a foul on Miami.
Well, that moves the ball back to the 20. There was the announcement that it was offsetting, but now the referee corrects that information, and they put it down on the 20-yard line where it should be.
And this is a big break now. The special teams for Florida State have been outstanding. They've run a punt back almost for a touchdown and a kickoff back for a touchdown. Their teams have been very good. Miami's coverage has not been good.
So he'll kick it from the 20. With Vanover and McMillan waiting. Pretty good kick. Runs him all the way back inside the 15 to the 14. McMillan Very good field position out across the 40-yard line.
McMillan returns the kickoff.
Last year, back in November, which was toward the end of the season, obviously, this was the missed field goal by Jerry Thomas of Florida State that preserved the win for Miami, 17-16. They went on to share the national championship with the Washington Huskies. Right now, the score is 17-16 Miami, but circumstances a little different. The ball is out on the 43-yard line. First down, Florida State with 6 minutes and 42 seconds to play in the game. Charlie Ward. Down he goes. Big sack. Blowing through. Pat Riley. First time I've called his name all day, and the big sophomore from Marrero, Louisiana. 7 sacks on Charlie Ward.
Number 43 right over the center. That's McNeil, 69, that picks him up for a second. And then lets him go. He looked around and says, you know, who am I blocking? Offensive line problems. Bowden spoke about it in our pregame, as well as Erickson. 7 sacks now for the Hurricanes on Ward.
Loss of 7 yards. Oh, the ball is on the ground. It's an incomplete forward pass, and Comeric Vanover will not get up. Michael Barrow separated him from his senses. Wow. I haven't seen a defensive football game like this in a long time.
Well, it's one of those wide receiver screens. There you see it, and Barrow has seen a few of those, and he's ready for it.
8 tackles on the day now for Barrow.
Here you look at it here. Here's Han Vanover. He's just going to come right down here. Now, the defensive man is going to see it right here, and there's going to be a collision about halfway in between. Lineman coming out, but Barrow sees it.
Vanover's up. He's a tough kid. Drops off the field.
He almost came to Miami. And McNeil, Ryan McNeil, the defensive cornerback that's been covering him, was his host while he was here. McNeil said the other day, he was a nice kid, Vanover was, but I was too hospitable to him then, and I'm not going to be as hospitable to him today.
36-yard line. 3rd down and 17. Ward steps away from the pressure, wants to go deep, does go deep. Baker's down there, but he has no chance to get to the ball. And it's 4th down. So a spectacular series for the Miami Hurricane defense. Defense. Both teams just been super on defense.
Neither offense has played well. The defenses have been outstanding.
Jonathan Harris, John Wimberly involved right here now. Wimberly's 19, the punter, and Harris number 3 as a receiver for Miami. Didn't get all of it. Fair catch is called by Harris at the 29-yard line. First down Miami, and let's go to John Sorkin.
Keith, an exciting finish in the ACC after NC State missed a field goal that would have won the game. Sean Jones to Keenan Walker set up this. Scott Sisson, 29-yard field goal, his 3rd of the game, and the 6th time in his career he has won a game with a field goal. Now, some upsets in the making, including Texas A&M, number 5. They're down to Texas Tech, 14-10, and Wisconsin leading Ohio State now 20-10 late in the 4th quarter. Back to you, Keith.
That cracker, wasn't it? Wow. First down from the 29 for Miami. 5:39 to play in the ball game, and Donnell Bennett runs it for about 3 yards. You can't get too conservative. Give the ball back to Florida State because they can hit you from anywhere.
But if you're an offensive team, Keith, this is where you need a running game.
Yep.
You don't need any more points. You need to take some time off the clock. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The Hurricanes don't need more points. They need to take some time off the clock. Thomas makes a great catch. There was nobody open, and Torretta threw it the only place he could. And Thomas went down to make the catch.
He's been hobbling all day, but he found enough to make that leaping, loping catch in the end zone for the touchdown and put him ahead. Those games are still coming up. Trojans of the Huskies and the Hawkeyes of the Wolverines. First down for Miami, 43-yard line, trying to eat up some clock. 4:40 to play in the ball game. A 1-point lead for Miami now. And here's Jack Arute.
Keith, over my shoulder, you see Tamarick Vanover. Now, what had happened to him is he took a very large gash right under his chin. It opened right up, almost like a fighter would get. The trainers have been working over him, and what they've done, they've added 3 butterfly bandages, closed it up. He's ready to get back in if called upon.
He will remember the name Michael Barrow. It'll be in Barrow's personal highlight film, too.
Bennett sets up the block, passes away to Copeland. Copeland makes the catch in midfield. They're going to need pretty close to 4 yards for their first down as Abraham makes the tackle on him. Copeland's another big, long-legged guy at that wide-out position, 6'3", 200. It's tough for a 5'9" guy to handle it. Washington jumping to a 7-0 lead over USC in that ball game early. That's a big game in the Pac-10. Aggies may get beat. Texas Tech, a lot of people thought they were going to be a tough nut in that conference. Look like they're showing it today. It's third down, long 3.
Here they come.
Toretta's pass is drilled to Copeland. He's out of bounds. It is incomplete. They say he did not have possession.
Juggle and roll incomplete.
So now they've got to punt the ball.
4th down and 3.
Man-to-man coverage. There's the first down. Good call. Good call.
It would have been a first down, and it would have really put Florida State in a box. Here's the snap. High, beautiful kick by Snyder.
He better get out.
Get out of there. He throws the ball out. Rolling around. My gosh. It's touchdown, Miami. I don't believe what I just saw. Corey Sawyer caught the ball on the 1, went back into the end zone, then realized what he had to do, threw the ball forward, which is illegal. Then the ball came out, and let the man in the white hat tell us what the decision is. One man has already signaled touchdown. Well, we've had a lot of official conferences in this 4th quarter.
Joe Ryder, the referee right there in the white hat, has had some tough calls.
Well, the pitch out of the end zone is an illegal play. So that could draw a flag.
Well, that could be a safety.
It could be a safety.
He's now an offensive man. He is an offensive man lateraling, pitching the ball forward.
Is it safety or is it touchdown?
Well,
I think that's what we're talking about right here.
Anyway, the Hurricanes are going to get some points out of this.
There's an illegal forward pass, which was incomplete. When the ball becomes incomplete, there's a foul in the end zone. It's a safety.
Yeah, it's a safety. So instead of it being a crushing, killing touchdown, it is a safety. And it makes it a 19-16 score.
Corey Sawyer intercepted a pass earlier in the game. Had a punt return, and he ran back to set up one of their plays. Catches that ball. Now he's just going to stay there. Now he says, oh, I better run. This man is a sophomore.
Now watch that official right there. He's the one that's going to call touchdown when the ball comes out.
Sawyer didn't run the punts back last year. It's Terrell Buckley. Hurricanes get it. It's in the end zone now. He signals touchdown, but it's already been decided. Now Bobby Bowden is saying how many other things are going to happen in this series. How many ways?
Bobby says, you know, that their cycle, that we've been on the short end of the cycle. Miami's been winning the close ball games, But he's getting the feeling that Miami is involved in the first 20-year cycle he's ever seen. Oh, man.
Just made a mistake. He should have never caught the ball. He was on the 1-yard line when he caught it. Then he knew he was in trouble. And then the young player just threw it out of the end zone. Great talent, but a 19 or 20-year-old kid.
And so it's 19-16 Miami over Florida State. In one of the most uproarious fourth quarters of football you're going to see. The other night in that Washington State-Fresno game, there was 3 touchdowns and a field goal made and a field goal missed, all in like 3 minutes and 40 seconds of that game. There have been a lot of these kind of things going on around the country in football this year.
It wasn't but a few minutes ago that Bowden was up in this game 16-10, feeling pretty good. The long touchdown pass to Lamar Thomas. And then the misplay of the punt by Sawyer gave the Hurricanes 9 quick points.
So now a field goal can't win for them. Darian lines her up.
Mistakes.
I'll tell you what, they don't look like 2 and 3 in the country. The defenses are brilliant, but the offenses are inept.
It's like we said at the beginning. They've got all the flash and all the glitter, but the defenses have a way of putting the hammer to them.
That's a beautiful punt by John Wimberly. Darrell Spencer drops back under a fair catch at the 23-yard line, and there Miami will have the ball.
I don't understand that fair catch call. Yeah. He had 15 yards ahead of him.
There's offside on the kicking team.
We want it. Back. They'll take the penalty. You heard Gino Torretta saying we want it, so let's back them up. They're punting. And it's a lot easier for that ball to slide off the foot into a shank when you're punting. Of course, you don't have to punt. You can place kick it if you want it. 2 minutes and 59 seconds to play in the ball game. 19-16. Miami next week is headed north to State College, Pennsylvania. And a pretty good-sized foe waits up there. Nittany Lions undefeated.
Yes, they are.
Rolling right along. So put the ball back on the 15-yard line now and see where we are.
Take a look at Bowden. You know, it's been the last 5 years. FSU and Bowden have finished in the AP poll in the top 4 every year. Top 4 finish the last 5 years. But Miami has been ahead of them every year.
Miami's way up the field. They're not really showing a whole lot of respect for Wimberly. He got another beauty. That's a boomer. Back to the 24. Here comes Jonathan Harris. And a penalty flag, might be a face mask there, as he's taken down at the 39-yard line.
Illegal block in the back on the receiving team.
Flags flying, tempers flying, fatigue setting in. It's been a total sellout ball game by both sides. Paul White down on the field. He's had on the sidelines there. He's had a brilliant ball game. Blocked the field goal, intercepted a pass. Florida State plays after Miami. North Carolina in Tallahassee. That might not be too easy either. Both of these teams are going to have to go shopping for some wins next week. They have spent it all today. Miami's ball back on the 27 now with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the game. This is Donnell Bennett. Bennett gets around the corner a little bit and gets something out of it.
Right, if you're Miami, you don't want to run out of bounds. You want to keep the clock running.
Right. Here's John.
USC and Washington. The Trojans' Rob Johnson is picked off by Shane Pahukoa. He takes it down to the 1-yard line before his knee touches. It sets up a 1-yard touchdown run by Matt Jones. Meanwhile, Michigan leading Iowa 7-0. Most of you will see USC Washington next, some of you in the Big Ten. Keith.
Okay, John. That's a couple of big ball games in those two conferences. And they're coming up next on ABC Sports. We're trying to get some resolution here in the Orange Bowl in Miami. We haven't got this thing decided yet. That bullet from Torretta to Lamar Thomas could have been picked off because it whistled just through the hands of Derek Brooks.
You need to make first downs, and when your strength is your quarterback and your receivers, you throw the ball with 2 minutes to go, even when you're 3 points ahead. This is the way you control the ball. You can't pick it up running. The thing they've told him is just make first downs and then get down and don't fumble the ball.
Yep. Coming up on 2.5 minutes. 2:20 now. First down for Miami at their 47. Handed off to the running back, Bennett. Never really had his feet under it. And goes down. Gain 2, second down and 8 coming up. Exactly 2 minutes to play. Timeouts remaining. Miami has one. They don't particularly want to use it. It looks like they just did on second down and 8. Florida State, if they get the ball back, will have 2. That will be very, very useful.
I think FSU just called that timeout.
Did they? Yeah. One of the more dramatic scores of the day is at Wisconsin-Ohio State. Barry Alvarez trying to win a big one in the Big Ten.
Ohio State still gloating after that big win up at Syracuse a couple of weeks ago.
Let me read something to you out of the rule book. It's snapping and passing the ball, FR 83. Item C, when an illegal forward pass is incomplete, the ball belongs to the passing team at the spot of the pass. Exception to that. If any illegal pass is thrown from the end zone, the offended team may accept a safety or decline the penalty and accept the result of the play, i.e. touchdown.
Hello there.
But that's academic because the play has been ruled a safety, and that's the way it's going to go in the books. Now, I don't know how this comes to play. Was that I mean, does it have to be a forward pass from the snap of the ball? Point of play. Well, I can't tell. I'm not that right about the rule.
He did say, though, it was a forward pass, illegal forward pass.
Yes, he did. Second down and 8 now for Miami. Florida State with 2 timeouts remaining, so they can kill it twice more. Hoping to get their hands on the ball again. Let's see if they spin one here. Yes, they will. So now they've got 1 left, stopping the clock at 1:51 to play in the game.
Timeout, Florida State.
So Marcamento fetched that rule out of the book. But again, it's something to know, but then again, it's...
Ladies and gentlemen, on your way home, listen to this.
We're not down here. And the man down there may be a lot smarter than all of us with all of our rule books. CFA football, this ABC sports exclusive, brought to you by GEO, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced. Only at your Chevrolet GEO dealers. By UPS, offering 10:30 a.m. guaranteed overnight air delivery. And by Payne Weber. We believe our most important investment is in relationships. Miami owns the football. Third down and 8. 1:51 to play in the ball game, and Miami is leading 19-16. They have a 21-game win streak on the line. They have won 47 in a row in this stadium. All right, 3rd and 8. big play here if Florida State is to see the ball again. Loretta's pass for Thomas is incomplete. And it's 4th down and 8. And Florida State will see the ball again. Abraham defending on that play.
4th down, 8.
Again, tight bump and run press coverage.
Well, Thomas ran a little soft corner there, didn't he?
Well, the ball was still. See, Thomas came inside, and Tretta thinks he was going outside. Incompletion, though, stops the clock and allows Florida State to use that one.
Not a particularly good kick, and it doesn't take a very friendly bounce from Miami. Now it gets a little low. It rolls inside the 20 to the 19.
Snyder, he counted 11 Seminoles up there, and he didn't care how bad or good the kick was. He just didn't want to get it blocked.
Nope, get it out of there. And they kill it down at the 19-yard line. And so with 1 minute, 35 seconds to work with, 1 timeout to work with, 19-16, Miami leading Florida State. Hang on to what you got.
You need a field goal to tie, and that's all they should be thinking about. They don't need a touchdown. They just need to get it down into a field goal range.
Well, you get into that same old hassle that goes on. Do you play to tie? Do you play not to lose? Or do you play to win? And I think in this kind of a thing, I'd go for the tie myself if I were the coach. Ward back. Klein after him is cut down hard. The pass thrown down the sidelines. And it is incomplete, intended for Ellison. Number 76. Eric McGill threw a huge block from Darren Klein.
This is smart on the part of Ward, getting outside the pocket.
Watch that.
There's a block right there on Klein. That's Miami's best defensive back right there, McNeil, shutting him down.
2nd and 10. Ward has the ball tipped, but it's into the arms of Matt Fire. And it's a gain of about 3 yards. Clock is running. 1:10.
The clock stops with a 1st down.
3rd down, call it 6. Got to move the chains to stop the clock. Ward's in trouble.
Cannot take a sack. You cannot.
He's gone down, and Darren Klein got that one.
If you're a quarterback and you're trying to catch up and play a 2-minute offense, you cannot take a sack. An incompletion, throw it away, but not a sack.
I tell you what, the MVPs in this ball game for Miami have been Brian Patrick. I hate to give it to one man because those 2 defensive ends have just absolutely been spectacular. Darren Klein for Miami, 7 tackles and that last sack. He's the MVP for Miami. Simpson, the big defensive tackle for Florida State. Carl Simpson, a force in the defensive line for the Seminoles. He gets the MVP vote there. Chevrolet contributing $1,000 in the name of those 2 players to the General Scholarship Fund of the respective universities.
And when Klein steps up on the stand to get his award, Patrick, the other defensive end, should be right there with him.
6 tackles and 3 sacks for Patrick. 7 tackles and 1 sack for Klein. And Klein has run that quarterback into Patrick. into Klein a couple of times. So the defense has been brilliant. Barrow has 8 tackles at the linebacker position for Miami today. And Jones has been equally brilliant for Florida State.
It was a big emotional loss for this defensive team for the Hurricanes last week when Rusty Medeiros, their emotional leader, went out. 4th down.
57 seconds. Down the middle, he's got a man. McCorvey, 1st down for the Seminoles at the 42-yard line. So Ward kept his feet on the ground, kept his eyes moving, and found the man, Kez McCorvey.
Big play for the offense. You know, when you have your backs to the wall, sometimes you just come out swinging, and that's what they did on that 4th and long.
Got a 1st down. That'll stop the clock again at 36 seconds. It's now on the Miami side of the field. This dance ain't over.
Hurricanes are dropping back in zones and not playing tight man-to-man coverage. That may change with this snap.
One more play like that, and they're within Maury's range. There's the catch. Brilliant catch by Fryer. Matt Fryer sold out. He's only 5'11", but he extended every sinew in his body to make this catch.
Well, you can't play defense any better than that. An outstanding catch and throw.
24 seconds. The ball at the Miami 25. Ward got some room on the sideline and steps out of bounds. So he used a good little bit of time looking around and then running out of bounds. Maury is pacing. He had one block, missed 38, but he's made 3. 13 seconds time for one more play, and if they choose, the kick.
Well, it would be a 39-yard field goal from this point right here.
Ward is 20 out of 39, 261, and 2 interceptions.
Cannot take a sack.
Incomplete, off the hands of Shannon Baker.
No sacks.
Ray's district.
You know, no sacks and no interceptions.
Yeah.
You want to at least give your field goal kicker a chance.
8 seconds. It'll be 39 or 40 yards, and he's not out there.
Do you do it here?
Here he comes. Here he comes. 8 seconds. And they're going to try for it. This is to tie. 39-yarder. Maury hit it long enough. He missed it to the right. The game is over. And Bobby Bowden wonders, why Lord me?
Snap is good. Hold look good. Looks very familiar.
Does, doesn't it? This time Bobby didn't ask, was it good? This time he knew.
He almost expected it not to be good.
That's the depth right there. But it's a game. The sun will come up in the morning right on schedule. Final score, Miami Hurricanes 19, Florida State Seminoles 16. Stay tuned. Coming up, Southern California, Washington, Iowa, Michigan.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
A promotional fee has been paid to ABC by United Airlines. Come fly the friendly skies.